Guys, guess what? Good news and bad news. The bad news is my friends had to go to work, so our plans were canceled for the night. The good news is that means I get to play WoW. The other good news is I have like 3 podcasts to listen to. Oh my gosh, that's such good news. I think there's a world buff going out tonight at 11:50. Let's see here.
Light, where would you like to fly to?
10 minutes to booty. Wait, it's Stormwind. 6 minutes.
Go with honor, friend.
It was 21.
But I mean, it's like when you're comparing to people of that echelon, people are comparing to like the fakers and guys who have been there so many times. I think at that level, I just think that Scout, like obviously he's unbelievable, but I just don't think he seems to have that same kind of brand recognition.
Dude, I think it's the name. I swear to God, Scout is such a like.
Well, how many finals and stuff has he made compared to the like fakers?
A lot.
And
I'm looking at him
stuff?
right
Faker!
now. I'm counting them up. Nah, I mean, he's a world champion. So
Yeah, I
so
know
that's
he's a
big.
world
But
champion.
a lot of these are LPL. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is that I think that it's like it's mostly LPL fans that realize how incredible he is, whereas I just don't think he's had as many deep runs as some of the other biggest names, right? You know, even like
because EDG have always been one of those that I was talking about earlier, that LPL teams that kind of crash and burn sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why.
Even Rookie within the LPL, I feel like people just know Rookie as a name like way more, right?
Yeah. No, I think there's something to it for why it just slips out of my brain. That like the 2021 World Championship is one that I just don't remember for some reason. It must have been like coming out of the COVID years.
It was so bad.
But yeah, and then I'm actually really glad to see Tarzan back also, like in kind
I'm
of
such
a
a Tarzan
spotlight.
stan, man.
He was, because he's so creative. I forget what year it was, but I remember the year, and I was like, what the hell is this Olaf redemption build doing? Is that going to make its way into Worlds? I was like trying to prep all this random shit. I was like, what is going on over there? And he always does these like random like supportive style builds on like, you know, the carry junglers or something like that. He's definitely very creative. So
a hero has
Oh boy, look at all these people.
I feel like he's
crazy.
A hero has fallen.
Rip. Gala! I cannot wait to watch Worlds. Legit, dude. I cannot freaking wait. Pentakill for Gala! Maybe I'll stop playing WoW early today so I can watch Gala clips. Pentakill for Gala. Xiaohu? Xiaohu? Thank you, Nimna, for whipping this guy's behind. Bulking mountain lion. Jump attack, jump sneak attack. Missed. Pentakill. It's T-Ball. Where did he go? We did a dungeon together today. Why did he disappear? Wow, you don't see druids too often. I want T-Ball to come back so I can wave to him. Pentakill for Gala. This quest sucks.
He's the one with big name recognition on this team.
Because he won the
And when they
back-to-back
added
MSI.
him, exactly.
And so-
And so adding him, I think, did give them, you know, some more hype.
Yeah, I think
But-
people aren't gonna know, you know, Zika and Hong as much, but like Zika really impressed me. I think he's really a very, very, very good top laner. I think he's pretty flexible. So I think LNG is gonna be a team that maybe, as you say, like, goes under the radar a bit, but it's saying that I have them ranked third probably going into Worlds. So I think they're gonna be incredibly good, but it should be fun. And maybe Scout has another amazing tournament, and then starts to get that same kind of level of recognition. But yeah, it does always feel as though he's outside of the conversation for best mid laner, right? It always feels like people talk about Chovy and Rookie and Knight and guys like that, and Scout often falls to the wayside. Yeah, Faker, I feel like people don't really talk about
Faker.
anymore as
Respect
the
him.
best.
It's just like Grandpa
There's
walks
like, he's
in the
the
room.
GOAT.
Yeah.
It's
the
fine,
goat.
he's the GOAT.
Faker.
Now let's talk about
Let's talk about today.
Yeah. Well, I think what's interesting this year too with Faker is just the collapse without him, and then the sudden like, oh, they're in finals again, he's back. you know,
that
like,
kind of built his mystique.
yeah. It's like what? Okay, fine.
Why was Keria terrible with Obi? Like, what was happening there, right? You know, why was he magically good again?
He didn't have
came
Faker
back?
doing this in his head, pulling the levers.
Yeah, Faker's just pulling the strings. It's just they're just little hand puppets for him.
Faker.
Keria's just a robot.
Have you ever seen
Faker.
Faker with bad teammates?
Yes.
We don't talk about 2014. 2014 didn't happen.
You're like Syndicate
Outside
Assassins. It's gonna be hard.
I don't know. I mean, I guess arguably, like, well, I don't know. I'm not gonna say bad. No. No, it's bad.
Yeah, it can't happen because you're playing with Faker. He's controlling your mind.
Yeah, exactly. The
The
goat.
So, obviously, other
Hulk
dark horses include
smash,
RNG,
please.
C9, Golden Guardians, and Team Liquid, but we can gloss over them. Those are the other obvious dark horses. Who else do you guys have besides those clear front runners?
Huh? All right.
Obviously, other dark horses include RNG, C9, Golden Guardians, and Team Liquid, but we can gloss over them. Those are the other obvious dark horses. Who else do you guys have besides those clear front runners?
Huh? All right. I'm just gonna let it go.
Dark horses are so funny to talk about, right? Because we were talking about this before, and it's
Hulk
like
smash.
Dome won the dark horse with Canyon and Showmaker, who are world champions. What a dark horse, you know? And it's like
So-
no one feels like they can make a real argument anymore for LEC. So. And no one can make an argument really for LCS. So it's like if you're talking about dark horse to win the tournament, you kind of just pick LPL 3 or 4 or LCK 3 or 4, and you're like, dark
I mean,
horse.
even the whole thing is a little bit farcical, where you're
Yeah,
like,
dark horse.
I'm a professional analyst. Let me tell you how the number 1 and number 1 seed from the 2 best regions are probably the favorites. But then also the dark horses are the 2 and 3s and stuff like that. You know, good thing they pay me the big bucks
Also,
here.
did you mean to say energy? Because you said RNG.
Did I? I thought I said
Yeah.
energy.
Yeah.
Oh, I said.
That's why I was looking at him and I was like, is he making a meme? I
No,
don't
I'm
really
just,
get?
I'm just, nope, just that.
Or
just
are we
that
just gonna
dumb.
Let this go?
Uzi almost made worlds, so RNG's on the brain,
Yeah.
you know.
No, let's talk about my sleep schedule.
Even
So,
though they are
So
different teams.
my
plain.
fiance,
But then I was like, oh, he probably meant energy, because then
Yeah.
it
Then
meme
it was
does make
all
sense.
NA,
That's us.
yeah,
And I was
yeah,
like- and then I agree with it, so I was like, let's put it past.
Bears. Not Hulkers. No Hulks in the chat. What is... Oh, it's Dalaran. There's one. What? I swear I know a Hulker when I see one. Oh, Uzi literally played.
A hero has fallen.
Oh. Or EDG. Wish I could watch Uzi play at Worlds. Sorry, Weibo. Xiaohu? And the Shy will not. Okay, fine. I'd rather watch Uzi though. Xiaohu? Oh, there he is.
My fiance works emergency shifts overnight, and so my sleep schedule is I go to bed at 8 a.m. and I get up at 4 p.m. Except on days like this where I have obligations, I'll sleep from like 6 a.m. to
Mark
10
is the world's
10
greatest
a.m.
house husband.
But I also just my sleep schedule is totally degenerate. I have no clue what's going on at any point. I'm flying in a couple days. I feel like
I do like that you bring up Dom1 or D plus. Man, we really got to get used to saying it correctly. Because teams get mad. if you don't
D plus Kia.
Yeah, if you don't say
Oh,
correctly.
you can't say Domwon anymore.
I
I just always still call
I
it
don't know,
Domwon.
but I know that there's always
I know on
finicky
the
about
cast-
sponsor
on
stuff
the cast
and
they always
D
call them
plus
D
and stuff.
plus,
And
yeah.
So might have to start getting used to that. But this is, and I know I am always so biased towards Canyon because of the OG Damwon. That was the
He was just so clearly the best player in the world.
2019 to 2021, basically the god tier of Canyon Showmaker.
Yeah.
Canyon is my like eternal jungle goat, so I'm super duper biased, and I admit that Peanut was better, but Canyon is still my jungle goat. And Damwon, they had so many freaking problems this year. It was crazy. It was literally like top in support. When you go back and watch some of these games, and you're like, where is Kana going? Like, is he talking to the team right now? And then they're like switching their supports and like okay, towards the end you're like Kellen on the engage supports and you're like, looks amazing. But what really kind of broke my heart were the I actually saw it on Cadrill's stream. He streamed a video that D Plus put out of Showmaker talking, having a heart-to-heart. I don't even know with who, but he was talking with someone on a D Plus video that they put out, and he was talking about how nowadays when he goes,
I have this soda. I have my soda because I was too lazy to walk upstairs and get water. So I got a soda. And I was like, I shouldn't put it on this side of the desk because if I knock it, my friend's computer is sitting next to my desk on the floor. I was like, I probably shouldn't put it because what if it spills on his computer? And then I literally just went to grab it and I almost knocked it over, but I caught it. I just would have felt so bad. So I moved it again.
against big name mid lane players, he feels nervous and he feels, a pressure, and you can just look at his body language.
This quest seems scary.
Just like, really pulls at your heartstrings. And after hearing that, it reminded me of last year going into Worlds.
To this quest.
I remember there was some video that they put out. It was him and some top laner friend where they were just talking. It was a stream or something, and he was talking to his top laner very earnestly about, hey, you remember, I feel like something that has changed now in my career compared to when I first started is that I'm less willing than when I was a young player to take these outplay risks and go for, these big one-on-one plays or these big moves than I used to be, and I feel more conservative. And then they had a longer discussion that was kind of on those, and that was a year ago. But then to see it followed up with this one, and then to also pair that with some of the regular season,
need to get in there
for
before
team,
these things all respawn.
It really kind of broke my heart listening to. But towards in the end here, in regionals and stuff, and the team is coming together and looking good, I'm always going to root for Canyon's team, and I'm really hoping that they can pull it together and get that confidence.
Yeah.
And Showmaker, at least in the recent ones, I didn't watch the whole season, obviously, but going back and the two ones that, towards the end, he started to look more confident and playing better. And if he is playing well, then Canyon is gonna have more success. And not to say Canyon didn't make his own mistakes. Yes, I know as well. But this is kind of the dark horse and the team that I'm rooting for, because I feel like they've gone through some shit since they were the superstar dominant.
They were just running
Yeah.
LCK for a while. And it's also sad. I mean, I saw an interview. This was, I don't know if it was this year or last year, where Showmaker was talking about how League is just a job for him now.
Yeah.
How he's kind of lost his love for the game. And so I think that all kind of ties in, right? Where it is hard. It's a huge amount of stress playing at this highest level and having that pressure to perform. And clearly that has taken a toll on them, which is sad. You know, Damwon is an interesting team because you can look at them as a dark horse knowing that if they can kind of hit that peak, if they can hit their stride, and everyone kind of has that, you know, feeling because, oh, Deft, maybe they can do it again, you know, that kind of feeling where Deft actually had a really good season. I think Deft and Kenya, I think, were the two standout players for them. I think Showmaker had definitely much more of a split, and this is not a team that's all about the Showmaker duo anymore. It's much more, I think, about kind of team fighting with Deft and enabling him. But, you know, the thing that does make me doubt them, to kind of take the other side of the coin, is that, yeah, sure, if they play at their highest level and Showmaker can get back to where he was, then they could do it. But this is a team that was kind of just like the line in the LCK. They always lost the teams better than them, and they always beat the teams worse than them, right? They lost all their playoff series. They went into regional gauntlet, and they beat those teams, but those were teams that were seeded under them, that they beat all year long. They never were beating the Gen Gs and the top teams in the league. So that is kind of like the concern I think I have for them, is that this team, can they actually, rise to a higher level to be able to challenge the JDGs and the LNGs and the BLGs and, Gen G and T1 and so on and so forth? Because those kind of quality of teams, when they play those really, really elite, like world championship caliber teams, they just kind of lost almost every time.
Yeah, the fact that it is Deft is like, you can always go with the answer of like, yo, we've literally seen,
You watched that video from God?
just last year, this miracle run for them, and if they did pull together, is kind of why I'm like setting the stage here and the heart-wrenching stories for Showmaker. If they could pull together and climb back to the top, it would be another crazy story.
I mean, I think, like, obviously winning Worlds is the most important thing, but
These
just having
kind
success
of quests
is
just
cool too.
suck
Like,
ass.
if they
trying
have a good
to
Worlds as a whole, make semis or something, that is still
fight
good for
over.
them too, because the point about what great teams have they beaten in summer, it's not quite. So if they beat an LNG or a BLG to make a semifinals, that's still pretty big for them.
It's really big.
Yeah, so like, I think Kane and Showmaker being like ride or die boys, there's not that many teams that have that kind of like core that's just been together forever these days. Like, it's much more hitman, like everyone kind of roams around, and it's cool to see like these two guys stick together through the highs and lows. And
Yeah.
Showmaker does have a very sad story that makes you cheer for him, because something definitely changed both with his relationship to the game and his relationship to like public perception stuff. Because in the early days, Showmaker, just, like, he was such a goon.
this
Like, he
cannot
was just
be
goofing around. He was like doing crazy stuff in the game.
Responsible.
Yeah, he was such a goofball in like a really fun way, and it's like that spark
So
seems
much
gone.
confidence, like just overflowing.
Yeah, he was like, him and Chovy kind of showed up around the same time in the LCK, if I remember correctly, and like BDB was kind of like this like new age of like mids that all kind of started coming up around the same time. And Showmaker was my favorite, because he was the best laner. That was the argument, was like, well, Chovy's the better laner, but like, I just appreciated Showmaker's playmaking and style. That
Dude, these mid laner names, they influence your perception a lot. Scout,
yeah,
kind of
Showmaker, he's got
Whoa,
style. Yeah, he's
Showmaker,
punching the
wow.
camera. Hey, yeah, but like, I do mean that like he is just someone who's easy to root for me, and someone I always really liked, and that's why I don't think they're gonna win Worlds, Dark Horse, sure maybe, but even just like, I would like a run out of them.
Yeah, it'd be cool. All right, well, we are about at 2 hours, so this was a real doozy.
We paid all the wait. We're not gonna talk.
Quick summary: all the NA teams are going to win all of their games until they fight another NA team.
Yeah,
And
the only ones who could possibly take us down are ourselves.
exactly.
We're our own worst enemy. Any game we lose, our bad.
We beat ourselves. You
Yeah.
didn't beat us.
Did JDG? Are they better than us? No.
Debatable.
We
Yeah.
let them win.
Yeah.
We felt bad for the Golden Road thing. We don't want to mess
Yeah,
that up.
We stumbled over our feet there at the end. Just couldn't get over the line, but we had them right where we wanted them.
Exactly. All right, well, that'll wrap it up for us for now. Hope you all enjoyed this.
Let's listen to this wonderful, beautiful song from The Hobbit. Together, the winds in the treetops, the winds in the air, the stars are in blossom, the moon is in flower, and bright are the hills of mighty Britain. is silver, the shadows are fleeting. Merry is the Maytime, and merry are meeting. Gets critically struck. These guys are kind of close for comfort. This is my favorite intro song to a podcast. Actually, a lot of my podcasts have such good intros, but this one slaps.
Hello and welcome to Talking Baseball. The divisional series are coming up and we're going to preview them. That's what's happening. Thank you for tuning in. Oh, hello and welcome to Talking Baseball. It's episode 724. It is the divisional series preview episode brought to you by SeatGeek. Code JOHNBOY postseason is going to get you 10% off at SeatGeek. You can get tickets to anywhere you want to go in the whole entire world, as long as they're available on SeatGeek. When majority of them are going to be available on SeatGeek, and you can use the code JOHNBOY postseason for 10% off. Whether you've used our code of ours before, bought tickets for it, none of that matters. You got tickets. They're giving you 10% off. Actually, we are. We are. Not SeatGeek. We forced their hand. It's us. It's us doing it. My name's Jimmy. His name's Jake. Trevor in his rotten jersey, Forgotten Rotten. And the Forgotten gets forgotten sometimes, which is ironic. Deeb's behind the dish. Trev, you ready to talk about your Twins beating the Astros?
Yeah, there's some things I'm worried about, no doubt, but I'm excited to talk about these matchups. As we said on our wrap-up of the wild card series last night, I think some of these matchups are some of the better ones that we could draw up in this playoff race here. So, good matchups. We have 2 days off of baseball, which kind of feels a little bit strange right now when we're so in the thick of things, but at least it's going to give us time to kind of digest and get ready for the series. You and I and
Beavers and Jake were just talking about Joe Ryan's release point, and if Jose Altuve and Bailey Ober are going to have a graphic next to each other, which is 1,000% yes. So those are the types of things we're going to be talking about on this episode. Jake, you look okay today. You look okay.
Boom.
I
Roasted.
do.
I think you look great.
The hair's in a solid spot, all black,
it is.
kind of slimming, 179 on the scale this morning, trying to get that to 169 for December 3rd. James, Trevor,
What's December 3rd?
Davis, and the World Party.
A hero has fallen.
Nuptials.
I'm getting married. I'm excited. The playoffs begin.
Yeah. No, yes. They have begun. This is it. Yeah.
Playoffs begin. The matchups are fun.
The limbo offs are over.
The matchups are fun. We've got a David versus Goliath.
Do I wait here
Dodgers,
for 2
Snakes.
footpads, or do I run to the other
Running
spawn
it
point,
back,
which is
the
also
old
on the way
Trevor Plouffe
closer to where I'm
rerat,
next headed?
Phillies, Braves, the Birds. My goodness, in Texas, that's got a chance to be the most electric series, I think. And then the series everyone's been waiting for all year, the Minnesota Twins. Trev's Carlos Correa, Jim's Joey Gallo, trying to take down the Houston Astros. And they might just do the whole damn thing again, because if you look at their lineup and their bullpen and their starters, it's the same guys.
Well, let's start with the Rangers
Black
and
Rock
the
Cock
Orioles.
could
since
very
we're
well be
on
coming
pod, and
from
they
the other
get the
place,
first
so
game
therefore I stay
of the
here.
divisional round. The times are out. Texas
he
Rangers will be
turns
playing the
around 'cause
Baltimore
he's
Orioles at
looking
1
for-
o'clock in Baltimore on
103.
Saturday,
Lions.
103, yes. And then on Sunday, it'll be 4:07.
Outline killing.
And then Tuesday,
good sign.
back in Minnesota, right? It's
Texas.
2-2-1.
Texas.
Oh, then Texas gets their first playoff series, 8 p.m. Tuesday night. So it's a weekday, but it's an 8 p.m.er. That's very exciting for them. Wednesday, October 11th, Jake's birthday is TBD. Also, Cardi B's birthday.
October 11th?
Yeah. So congratulations.
Okay.
Party Barty, Party Cardi.
Jake
She's got some
is-
nicknames.
I didn't know.
Jake
Because it was kind of me and Eleanor Roosevelt. But now that Cardi's with
Yeah,
me.
well, Cardi's, her favorite president is FDR, and she is also a big Eleanor enthusiast because they share a birthday. Do you know
I've heard that.
She loves the presidents. She's very big into history. Anyway, guys, they split the season
That's
series
not
3-3
true.
over the course of the regular season. Rangers just
just don't
won
believe
their
it.
games. Baltimore sitting and waiting, wishing and hoping. Seager, Garcia.
I'm sad that I'm not gonna get to really
Going
watch
off.
these series.
Baltimore is really young and fun. I'm very excited to
I
see
saw watch the first 2 days.
Baltimore crowd on that Saturday and Sunday night, or a day
Sad
game.
6
Even though it is a day
games.
game, I still think because it's a weekend, it's going to be fucking insane, and I'm so excited for that. So I'm pumped for this. Although I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to watch game 1 because I got to go. I'm doing stuff with the family.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a good bummer. Bummer. Dunning's getting the ball first for the Rangers.
Dane Dunning flipping it with both paws.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, nice year for Dunning. Remember that Lance Lynn trade going back a couple years, Jim? And then, yeah, they'll be lined up Monty and Eovaldi for 2 and 3. We'll see. Max Scherzer had a good bullpen. They're still saying it's doubtful he'll
way.
join the roster, and even if he did, it would be like a full starter role. But yeah, as you look around, there's a little bit like I know the Texas Rangers are new, but you got Marcus Semien, who's been through a ton of battles, and I would cast him in Game of Thrones, like I've talked about. Corey Seager as a World Series MVP in his bag. Even Monty and Eovaldi, like it's kind of funny. This Texas Rangers team that feels new. They've got some playoff experience to them, and you know they just won 2 games in the Trop against the Slop Rays, and then the Orioles. They've been the best team in the American League pole to pole. They're awesome. Their lineup, the defense, the pitching. Somehow they have 7 starting pitchers ready to go for this series. When we talked about them having no starting pitching, the only thing that really stinks is they don't have Bautista back there, but Cano, and they'll have options between their relievers and starters kicking back there. The only thing for me that I didn't tilt my head until earlier today. I was like, if we see the baby birds kind of have that wide-eyed, our first time at the party look, and Texas comes in mauling, and they're feeling good, and they've got a lot of guys that have been through it, That's the only way I see this going the other way, because I just love this Orioles team.
I'm going to give the AL East a little bit of credit here. And I
I'm
don't
not-
typically,
I'm not
but I
gonna
will
go
say this about the
Eastern,
Birds.
Mel.
Yeah,
It's so
clip this
freaking
for everyone that
risky.
wants it. I don't believe that they'll be, starstruck or nervous about this, because when you go into Yankee Stadium, when you go into Boston, you kind of already feel that. Now, it's not playoff atmosphere, but those are like big venues, and like they've been there, done that, beat the teams there. I know that they're 4th and 5th in their divisions respectively, but like they've already played in those places a bunch where the atmosphere can be hostile. So I think they'll be more ready than a typical team, like say an AL Central team that maybe visits there once or whatever. There's more friendly venues in those other divisions than there is in the AL East. So I think they'll be ready. I'm not worried about them. Lights come on. Are they going to be, bright-eyed,
Nice,
bushy-tailed,
bro.
stuff like that? One thing I'm really curious about with this season, and I think it's going to be a storyline for the Rangers, is, what do they do with their pitching? Now, we just talked about Dane Dunning. You got Jordan Montgomery for 2. You got Eovaldi for 3. Then you're going to have to run back either Dunning or Heaney for 4.
Do I have to kill all these turtles?
Or can you go... Can you
just
go
let-
Monty
Where
for
are
4
the
on short rest?
turtles?
3.
I think,
Where are
I don't think you could go 4.
they?
I think 4 you'd be looking at Dunning or Heendog.
I'm
probably.
here to scare
So
you straight.
then for that, can you
I am
run
here to scare you straight.
Eovaldi as like piggyback for Monty in that game 5? Because this is what I'm thinking. Like as I mentioned last night, you gotta protect that bullpen. It's your weakness.
I
So
am
you
here
gotta
to scare you
defend against that
straight.
somehow. Now usually you can kick some of these guys back, but because of the wild card round, it makes it difficult. I'm thinking, are we gonna see some tomfoolery in that way? Just trying to really make it basically so they don't have to pitch their bullpen. Like, how do you navigate that when you know something's your weakness and you know that you don't
to
have,
scare you straight.
18 outs in your bullpen on a given
I am here
day?
to scare
Like,
you
probably have
straight.
9 outs in your bullpen on a given day. How are you going to navigate a 5-game series and then a 7-game series after that? So I'm curious to see how that all plays out. Because right now, I think that the Orioles have the advantage in that aspect by far.
Where you at, Jimbo?
I was trying to look up how the Orioles are against relievers, which for some reason I can't find and is bothering me. Because, obviously the bullpens are going to come into play. Let's see, clutch stats. Don't really want that. Orioles are good there. Don't they have... Oh, here it is. Versus relief pitchers and starters. The Orioles are, as a team this year, pretty much the same against both. And they're good. They're not like elite against both, but they're good against both. What's their best split here? Versus relief
It's
pitcher
been
the
a
second time.
massacre.
So, your piggyback theory, I just debunked that. They see a reliever a second time. Done. He's out.
I'm here to scare you straight.
I'm excited for the baseball here. The Rangers
I'm
are going to
here
run
to
into better
scare you
defense.
straight.
Maybe. I think Adam Frazier grades out horrible, but the rest of the Orioles are pretty good. Cedric Mullins is really fun to watch. I enjoy watching him play baseball a ton. Adley Rutschman, I think, becomes a star if the Orioles. I know he's already a star. I mean, for first-time viewers. Like, I was talking to a guy the other day whose family's all Orioles fans. He hadn't watched a game yet. And he was excited to watch the postseason. So, playoffs make stars. For all the people that just got upset with me. He's a star already. He's awesome, though.
Adley Rutschman.
And just super excited for farm director Matt Blood.
Okay. Matt Blood?
Matt Blood, yeah, Mr. Blood.
Matt Blood?
Mr.
We were
Blood.
going dark before the episode.
My
talking
name's
about
my name's Mr. Blood. I run the farm for Baltimore.
This is gonna take a while to do. I
Might have the
feel.
2 best catchers in the AL here. Adley and Jonah Hine. That's a fun little thing we ran into. Evan Carter and Josh Young trying to
Take
be
a
like,
few
hey,
trips
we're
up and
young
down the
studs,
river.
stop just looking at Baltimore's kids. And I think the other thing that we haven't talked about too much is Baltimore. How are they going to do their pitching? I mentioned the wealth of starting pitchers. We're all assuming that Kyle's going to be Bradish in the first game and just be like, I don't know, here's 5 innings, 2 earned. But they've got Kramer, they've got Grayrod, they've got Gibby. John Means has come back and twirled that pill. People are assuming Flaherty's going to the bullpen because his Orioles time wasn't where they wanted him. And I mentioned Dean Kramer as well. So yeah, those are going to be interesting buttons. What do you press? What do you believe in? Like my heart
What
jumps
do you believe
to,
in, huh?
let's go to Gray Rod.
What do you believe in?
He's got the stuff, and I want to do that in front of the home crowd. Where maybe give me Gibby on the road in Game 3, dropping that sweeper on them. But I don't know.
Oh
Those are
my
gonna
God,
be
we
some
got
big
2 for
decisions
1.
that,
2 for 1. It's
you know, Baltimore
actually
and Brandon Hyde will get
huge.
questioned on
Spirits are
immediately if they
freaking
press the
high.
wrong button, which that's a little scary.
Spirits are freaking high.
Yeah, I think no doubt it's going to go
1 out
Brad
of
as the Gray
5.
Rod, and then they'll
No,
figure it
tell
out
me it's
after that.
5.
If
It is
it's, I think they'll assess where they're at in the series and kind of go
I
from
think
there.
there's like an elite.
But like you said,
in
they
this
have a wealth
river.
of starters
I
to
feel
choose
like it's
from.
for the
It's
World
about
X Quest.
okay, how many pitches are we going to allot to these guys? Is Kyle going to go out there and be just a regular starter where you try to get into 60, 70 pitches before we bring in the bullpen? Or is it going to be, hey, you got one time through the order.
I'm here to
you got
sky
the
you
next time through the order.
straight.
Let's try to mess with them a little bit. I kind of assume that's what they'll do when you have that many guys available that are stretched out. Like, let's not let that lineup see you twice or 3 times. Like, let's get in there, see what you got, and then make our move from there. So I do not expect them to have just some typical Game 3 you're going plan. I'd assume that the Orioles are going to have some more tricks up their sleeves.
We're a little worried about Dane Dunning. His stats against lefties aren't great. I mean, lefties hit pretty well off of him this year. 782 OPS, but 270 batting average, 350 on base, 433 slugging. He's going to face 7 of 9 lefties. I think the first 5 are all lefties. Orioles got pretty good balance.
I'm here to scare you straight.
Go the first 6 if they want. With
I am
lefties
here
and
to
switch.
scare you straight.
Yeah, and it doesn't even fuck them up for relievers because they got so many switch hitters.
Yeah.
So, and then because of that, when you got Monty the next day, they're all righties. It's nice. Good job, the Orioles. I think.
What do you think?
I think this game's gonna go 5. Sorry, I
Oh.
was speeding us up a little bit to predictions.
Wow, Game 5 in Baltimore.
Yeah, I do. I think
5
this
in
is going to be a good series. I think it's going to be back and forth, and I think the energy at both ballparks is going to be awesome. I'm glad the Rangers have, they get the weekdays, but it's going to be night, so that helps out a bunch. And good, nice, bright colors. Yep. And I think we're going to get some
Are
offense.
you kidding me? I got 1.
Keys
I
to
was
this
gonna
for me,
get 2 from
Rangers, you got to
all.
go bang. Like I think the notes here, they scored 10 runs in a game more than any other team during the year. Like, you need to have an offensive outburst like that to go out and win this series. I think that's the key. That is the best thing that you do, is crush the ball. So go just be yourself, do that. If they don't, and this becomes 1-run game-ish, I don't like their chances. I think they need to pull out in the early parts of the game, get ahead, and then they're gonna have to nurse those leads. That's got to be their keys to success. And then for Baltimore, I think it's let's go kind of just
Sky
play our
attacking
game.
me or
Let's not
what?
try to get in a slugging match with them, even though they have the ability to do that.
Okay.
I think if Baltimore goes out and plays just good baseball, like solid baseball, I think they win this series. Like, I guess I'm saying it's theirs to lose.
Every rock you turn over on Baltimore, I feel like there's a good stat or a good tidbit. They're great at home. They're good on the road. They're good in run games. Like it just doesn't feel like there's a lot of holes. And I know it's new. There's a lot of young dudes on
This
this
goes
team.
up
and,
far.
we get nervous when
think I'm
teams
gonna have
do
to
not have the
turn
playoff
back?
experience, and that's kind of where I opened with.
To get meat.
It's funny because I said this last series a little bit. Like, if Texas wins, which they can win, I've got it at 35%. They maul, and they're kind of the AL version of
hero
Philly
has
last
fallen.
year. It's just like, hey, man, we got kids at the bottom that'll mess you up. We got the dudes at the top that'll mess you up. And you're in for it. Sorry.
No,
This is what we're gonna do.
You're not
I do
telling
think
this
Trev,
mull toucher.
Baltimore has been the
Grr.
comeback kids all year. Like, they never feel out of a ball game. And in 5 games, or however long this series goes,
I cannot
you're
believe
going to see that bullpen.
Mel
And
Toucher's
in
doing this to
Baltimore,
me.
they're never going to feel
No.
out. If they're down 4 in the
No.
9th inning, like, the Baltimore Orioles think they're in
Yeah,
the
this
game.
is around where
And
that elite
the Texas
spawns, I
Rangers
think.
bullpen also might keep them in the game. That I think this
Freaking
series has
Mel
the biggest
Toucher,
chance of electricity.
dude.
Like,
I should
big
have ran
innings
ahead
both ways.
backwards.
Crazy mood swings throughout this. I believe in Baltimore. I think they're going to get it done. I think, the
So
Jimmy
many
kicking a
dead
starter
bodies
to the
here.
bullpen theory. Let's say Baltimore
She missed
does roll up one game and put a 8-1 up there. Like, they could have one of those pitchers, maybe a Jack Flaherty gives them 4 innings and saves the pen or something like that. Like, I
Yeah,
think Baltimore
that's a good
kind of, when you
point.
start looking at every piece, they have the leg up, except maybe just being pure mashers like Texas when they're on. And that's exactly what I said about Philly last year, and Philly went on a run. So I don't know. I just believe
2.
I believe in the Birds. They've been the best AL team pole to pole, and I want to think that also matters. And maybe that's just me coming up to 54%.
Look at this turtle.
You know what you should watch out for? Both
Close.
teams
Really look at him.
run the bases a lot.
Examine him.
Orioles are actually
His
a little better on the
scales.
margins with stolen
His
bases,
teeth.
but the Rangers have stolen more bases.
Jaw.
But what Baltimore does
His
really well
shell.
is run the bases on batted balls
Beautiful
this year.
creature.
They were first in the AL on scoring on a single when the runner is on first base. Or going first to third on a single, going second to home on a single, and going first to home on a double. They were third. Texas was second. So I think you're going to see a lot of base running. And both of these teams, young, energetic products of the new rules, or maybe not fully product of the new rules, but have been able to take it to their advantage because they are young, have youth on their side, and bringing that exciting baseball back into our life. So I think we're going to get some chaos, which is the slogan. But I think we're going to get, steal second, overthrow to the outfield, run the
It's like
third.
a
Actually, let's go
1
home.
or 2%
Push the buttons,
chance
and then
that-
the ball gets thrown around. I think you're going to have some moments like that where you're like, whoa, and then crazy happens.
MLB has a position-by-position breakdown, and they say who has the better at each position. In the bullpen, they pick the Rangers, which is absolutely nuts to me because none of the stats support that whatsoever. So whoever wrote that article, here's something you're going to find interesting and something to look out for in this series. For the bullpens, the Orioles, homers per 9, which is a pretty important stat come playoff time. They're first in the league. They don't give up homers. Texas Rangers, 29th in the league, homers per 9.
Who's 30th? The
Probably
A's?
probably the A's. I have to guess the A's are the 30th team. But that is something
I
to
could
look out for. Now, I
sense
know you're paring the
the
bullpen
turtle
down. And
meat
some of these
in
guys are
that
probably not even on the
turtle.
roster. I understand that. But best versus best, don't tell me that the Rangers have it. And I've been the one defending the Rangers bullpen, saying, hey, they could turn it around. They could get on a 3-week heater here. It's been done before. But that is, I think, if you're looking for one thing that you can look for in this series is that matchup.
A hero has fallen.
The matchup of the bullpens. It's going to play a very, very significant part of this series because the Rangers don't have enough starting pitching, essentially. Like, their bullpen's going to be out there. So either they step it up and they shut all of us up and we look like idiots and we'll be used on their, pump up hype video, or we're going to see them give up some home runs because they are the second worst team in all of baseball with that.
Damn.
Here comes the Orioles closer, Jorge Mateo. Swipe, run, bing bong. Birds and
Adley
Swipe,
Rutschman
run,
went first
bing,
to third
bong,
more
baby.
than any other player in the American League.
Literally,
Kinda shocking.
if
Wow.
McFlora
One
wasn't
stolen base,
there, I would have had the
2 caught stealings. But
meats by now.
great base runner,
Would've
batted
had the
balls, I
meat.
guess. Also, a lot of opportunity, gets on a lot of opportunity hitting behind him. But still, that's cool. Ozzy always has the most. More on that later. Let's stay in the AL.
Little monster.
Stay in the American League. Some people
Why
refer
does
to it
it-
as the AL,
Dude.
which is the first 2 letters of both
Mel
words,
Toucher, get out of
just say
here.
the letters. Twins. Trevor's Twins.
You freaking
Versus
frick.
the Astros
A hero has fallen.
in Houston. They get the 4:45 Saturday start. So, that's weird. 8 o'clock Sunday night. That'll be really fun. And then Minnesota. That stinks, man. They get a 4:07 start at home on a weekday. They just did that. I was hoping they would also get guaranteed kind of a nighttime playoff. Although they did pack it and all that, but better. So win and do a Wednesday game, a night game to be hosted in Minnesota. I want to see that place at night as alive as it was in the first round.
I don't know what the weather is there, but I think sometimes they might like it during the day. They're still showing up, which is what you want. You just want the crowd into it, and they showed that they can do that on a day game. But I agree. I'd like to see that thing place rocking. This is gonna be a difficult series for the Twins, no doubt about it. Astros been there, done that, all the experience in the world, man. Like there's no other team in baseball that has, the deep playoff runs that the Astros have had over the last 7 years. Is it 6 ALCSs in a row? Is that what it is now? That's a fucking joke. It's part of my language. Holy. It's going to be. I like the pitching matchups. I think that's something that we'll probably
cannot be getting this.
we can't really say. I
RNG.
didn't really like the pitching matchups in the first series that we just talked about,
He's
but right
trying to
here
catch up to
it's
me,
probably
can't
going to be
catch up to
Bailey
me,
Ober
Metal
versus
Toucher.
Verlander in the first game. That's my prediction. Could be Joe Ryan. He was scheduled to start Game 3 of the wild card, but for some reason in my head, I think they go Ober.
Sorry, Metal Toucher, but this is my
Ryan just
river.
hasn't been as sharp as of late. I know they still believe in him.
You're
I still
shitting
believe
me.
in him, but a couple tall righties going at it. I think that's going to be interesting. And then you'll get Pablo and Sonny going up against Frambert and I guess Javier for Game 3. These are
Not
two
really
complete
liking
rosters.
Arceus.
That's what I think. And I think there's going to be some very, very good baseball played.
This is killing
And
faster.
I know it's cliche to say this, but
That's
it
what I
seems
thought,
like to me,
Metal Toucher,
because
that
both
is
these teams
what
can kind of do it all, it's going to be like timely hitting. Like who gets the big knock and who doesn't. I don't expect there to be like bad errors and bad sloppy baseball played because that's kind of not how these teams play ball. Although the Astros, man, down the stretch, they played some sloppy ball. I don't expect that to happen in the playoffs though. So to me, yeah, it's going to be, and again, it sounds stupid. I get it, but there's really no way to predict this series except I'm going to say it's going to come down to who hits better with runners in scoring position. That's it. And I'll take that as a Twins fan. If you can say your team matches up with the Houston Astros and it comes down to timely hitting, okay, I'll take my chances.
Trev, I have one important question to ask you about this series, which I think
I think Stros win.
determines the series.
Okay.
Who is coming in to face Yordan Alvarez and Tucker and get them out in between the starting pitcher and Duran?
There's not a lot of
how do you say
lefties
his last name?
available.
Because Kay was saying it in a way that I hadn't heard it said.
Who?
Duran or Duran?
Yeah. Kay was saying like Duran.
I think it's just Duran.
Duran, that's what I thought. So who's coming in to get them out? Thunderbunk?
Thunderbunk and Thielbar, those are the two lefties.
Okay.
Thielbar's nasty. I
Thielbar's
mean,
nasty.
he's got a great story. I played with him on the Twins, and he was like coaching, but still kind of pitching in independent ball, and then he just got back into the game, and he's one of the better left-hand relievers left in the playoffs.
Warning play.
Nasty curveball. I don't like Yordan matched up with
Scary.
anybody though. Like
Good
nobody,
counter.
it's like nobody has the
Good
advantage over
counter.
him.
Isn't Yordan the
So-
best like lefty versus lefty hitter ever? Or
Yeah,
some shit
it's
like that.
it's
Yeah, well, not against Caleb.
Can I help you? Need it? Where would you like
Thielbar.
so yeah, that's
for
who they
3.
have.
0 for 3, one strikeout.
Alrighty then.
It's gonna be those guys, and he's not always gonna be
I don't think I've ever been in
facing
Western League
relievers. Like the
finals.
starters are gonna have to get him out too, and if you walk him, you're gonna get Kyle
Easter.
Tucker, and this Astros lineup is relentless. The Twins know that, so I think it's important for them. Honestly, all the old cliches, no free passes. That's huge for the Twins. Like keep people off base because Jordan's gonna have his moments. He's gonna hit homers. Kyle Tucker's gonna hit extra base hits. But like the more you can have empty bases in front of these guys, the better off your chances are going to be. So let's not give up free passes, and let's, try to do that. It's easier said than done against this Astros
M&M
team. Like I
time.
said, they have in
Look
all
at
of our
these
heads,
quests
the
complete.
baseball
How freaking
collective
sexy
world,
is
we should
that?
think that the Astros are the favorites to
Wave
win it
to
all because they've
Meltoucher.
just shown it
Bye.
time and time again in the playoffs, the ability to get the job done. That's the bottom line. I know what the Braves have done. I know what all the other teams have on their rosters, but when it comes to the playoffs, I mean, the Astros they're king, defending champs.
What do you mean? You think you know what you're going to get out of Altuve, Bregman, Jordan, Tucker, Jose Abreu, Brantley, Chaz McCormick, Jeremy Pena slotted
It's
in the eighth
relentless.
World Series MVP. Jinx.
Walter Matthau.
See, no, Joe's kids doing that.
They do
They're
Jinx.
on a big Jinx kick.
Like
Oh
Barbie.
yeah.
Last Saturday they showed up at Billy's during like our prep day and they were silent. And I was like, Jose, do you want a quiet day? And then he said, they're
Lore Master Dibs.
Need help? A hero has fallen. What is this?
Poor
Hold a
guy.
moment. Let me
You
take
can't
a
do
closer
flip
look.
pad? How?
I have never before seen this form of encryption, but I must admit that my knowledge in that area is by no means complete. I have a colleague in Ironforge who may be able to help decrypt this letter. Go to the library in the Hall of Explorers in Ironforge and speak with Prospector Stormpike. Tell him I sent you and show him the letter. If there's anyone north of Blackrock Spire who can read this, it is he.
What can I do for you?
Everyone will be so pleased. Chef Jessen's soothing turtle bisque is served once again.
I don't know why it told me to buy 3 of these soothing spices. When I certainly only needed 1 for the quest.
Greetings. Thank you, adventurer. Although they may still be lurking about, we hope that some of the thieves and footpads you slew were responsible for the last magistrate's death. But even if they weren't, the Syndicate is a taint on this land and a stain on the human race. Their deaths are welcome to South Shore. These are very troubling, adventurer. From the information in these documents, and from the Syndicate's actions in the past, we must assume that Band of Cutthroats has waged war on South Shore. I fear the leadership behind the Syndicate is bent on South Shore's ruin. We must strike hard at these leaders before their plans are realized. Enter the ruins of Strandbrad in the Alterac Mountains to the north. We think the Syndicate is using the area as a headquarters. We know this gang of cutthroats is run by former Alterac nobles. They may be hiding as normal Syndicate agents, but you'll know you've killed a noble by the signet ring he wears. Bring me those signet rings.
It's insane that I need 70 gold for a
Good
mount.
day.
I'm
Ain't
at
that
20.
great news? Should have gone and found me a regular old war hero from day one to take care of them beasts. You'd have made your pappy proud, adventurer.
See you around.
Ooh, I get to go to the Arathi Highlands. That's exciting.
We're jinxed right now.
So
Neat.
Joe's
Where
got
would you
it.
like to fly to?
You got both of them.
And then, yeah, just a reminder, Valdez, Verlander, Javier, show me your cat, Rikiti.
It's fine because Verlander's only 22-10 with a 2.76 career ERA against the Twins. That's fine.
Yeah, wait
That's
till
no
we get
big deal.
to Kershaw later.
Not these Twins.
And then if you need some outs from the 4th inning on, Montero, Maton, Graveman,
Stromboli.
Abreu, Neris, Presley. It's feels like we're doing, season 7 of The Office. Like, a couple
Wall.
of the characters have moved on,
Sick
but
wall,
a lot of the
by the
main
way, bro.
people are still here. I mean, the biggest
Like, your
thing that
wall
I'm
is
leaning
sick,
into,
bro.
and I said this before, Twins, Blue Jays, like either one of those teams coming out was going to really feeling the best they felt about them in a long time. I mean, I think I saw, I think the Blue Jays have a we haven't won a series in a long time stretch going on now. The Twins get the monkey off of their back, they win too. And Trev, credit to you.
It's scary.
You know that's not normally my game.
I did all my
Twins
last
bullpen is real.
tune.
The Twins bullpen is real. They want to make that phone call, where in past years they did not. And they kind of get, I don't want to say the free money game to start, but whether it's Verlander versus Ober or Ryan or, hell, give me a sneaky Maeda.
Hell, give me a sneaky Maeda.
Like, they've kind of got that
Well,
Snakes
we are
Brewers
fighting a
house
war
money
for
game to
Stromgarde,
start off. That
and we
if
are
they
losing.
somehow take
The
down
Ogres, the
Verlander and the
Syndicate,
big bad
we have
wolf in
divided our
Houston,
once great city, and
they're going to
each
be
faction
feeling
battles
just
the other into a
otherworldly.
bloody stalemate.
Or it's kind of
But our
nuts on the
forces
line.
dwindle while our
Framber
enemy grows.
versus
We need
Pablo,
help from
which
the town of
I don't know.
Southport, but supplies are difficult
hate
to
going
receive
against
while the
Framber in a big.
Syndicate holds territory between us. Go to the Syndicate base in Northport.
So Marlin sent you? I don't care if Muradin rose up from the dead and wished you here on a dragon. I'm busy. Talk to Crichton if you need something.
That busy, eh?
Big game. Doesn't he control the roof? Doesn't he get to... Framber's a big roof open guy? Or is he the roof closed guy? Him and Verlander get the call on that, which means you have to have a lot of power in the organization to call that one out.
Framber chooses his jersey.
Jersey.
I don't know if he's still doing that. Last year he chose his jersey. It was dark.
Dark
Oh my
jersey.
God.
That place is weird with the roof open. Excuse me. I played
Stay
a
away
lot of
from
games
this
there.
shit.
Only like 1 or 2 of them ever had the roof open. And actually, when Dallas Keuchel was pitching one day, it was open, and the ball did not travel the way it
Maybe
did
I go
when the
back
roof was
to the
closed.
road.
Maybe it's a
I'm curious.
lefty. Maybe it's a lefty thing.
Yeah, maybe they. God, there's got to be some
Go back to
gamesmanship
the
with that,
road.
right? I love that.
Houston
Give me some conspiracy stuff.
Houston losing record at home this year. How about that?
Yeah.
Nothing almost
And the Twins won the
matters.
season series, man.
Nothing almost matters when it comes to them, though, because they're
Yes.
here. They're here.
Are they the new Rays where say Astro's gonna Astro? Like they're just gonna go good?
Well,
Will you
that
help me?
exactly translates.
They just beat you playing baseball. Like the Rays.
Yeah,
used
you
to
have to play
shift,
your
the-
best baseball.
Oh,
to
I
beat
see
them.
you're
the Rays
busy.
used- the Rays would,
Sorry.
bring out as many relievers as possible, original opener, stuff like that. Like Astros just beat you by playing the game of baseball, being better.
I think that's like a way to look at when you face
Hammerfall.
the Astros. They're not going to beat themselves.
Actually, I should be on the road in
And,
case I
you
see
know,
that.
I'm sure
up,
somebody's know. What about this game? They beat themselves. Yeah, a few times a year, but playoff times, they're ready to go. You are going to have to go out there and play exceptional baseball. There's not going to be games handed to you the way like the Rays handed some runs to the Rangers in the wild card, or
The Blue Jays.
they're not going to. So it's up to the Twins to really go in there, and I think early leads are good. Take the crowd out of it, all that stuff. It's going to be a very, very difficult series for them, though.
The first 2 games, I think we're going to find out if all what you guys are saying about the Twins bullpen is true or not true. This is a Houston team that's the best offensive OPS versus relief pitchers. 266 batting average, 343 on base, 445 slugging as a team versus relievers. They're like 9th or 10th best versus starters, and they're going to be in that environment if it's a close game, if they're got tied or got a lead. And Mariners had to do that last time, and then you got to face
I'm
fucking,
scared.
you got those top 4 guys
Am I
A
gonna
hero
die
in
has
the
so
7th inning
forward
of a close
here?
game, and that gap between the starter and Duran, I'm very interested to see.
The only thing that I think maybe lies with the Twins as far as
hero has
advantages is they don't have a lot of lefties for their pitchers. And the Twins are a much better team when a right-hander is on the mound. So Framber obviously is lefty. There's one lefty they have listed in the pen. I'm sure he's going to be on the roster. Whether or not he was a guy for them during the season is this guy Bennett Sousa, which they got
Sousa.
from Detroit.
I don't know how to say it.
I don't know how to say his name either, but I just went with Steven Sousa, even that's with a Z.
Sousa!
Anyways, Suzbot, I'd assume he's going to be on the roster. Even if he's not a guy, like just the threat of having him.
Holy shit, okay.
What could try and stay as quiet as possible, Traveler? Orcs don't take too well to being spied on, and there's more to this farm than meets the eye. So, Finn sent you to check on us? Not surprised. He worries too much. We've been watching the farm for days, and Kin claims she saw a courier come out of that small house to the south not long ago. She talks a lot, but I can always trust her senses when we're in dangerous areas. You wouldn't happen to be a skilled tracker, would you? We think the courier might be carrying notes to Terran Mill. If we could get our hands on those documents, it might shed some light on what's happening in Hillsbrad.
He has to.
Trev, if he is or he isn't, it comes back to Houston not caring. They've gone into playoffs already before. Like, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah. And they just saw the Blue Jays try to game plan for that.
Trev, what was Neris saying?
Sort of worked.
Or Jim?
Bateo.
Yeah,
Batea. Anyone ever yell at you, Trev?
Oh my god. Says he's surrounded by a group. I do not like that. I don't like this area at all, to be frank. Yeah, I'm turning around. Or I get attacked by something too tough to handle.
That's what Neris was yelling
Batea?
at. Yeah, that's what Neris was yelling at.
Like, just hit it.
Kind of like it. Yeah, it means bat or like hit.
So
but
my guide
in the sense,
doesn't
it's kind of
say.
like yelling.
My guy, if you're leveling. My guide doesn't say anything about her having things with her, but holy shit, like Eastern Arathi is high. But the Wowhead article says she spawns with 4 bodyguards, all level 5. It was easy possible as level 39 priest with fear, bubble, and healing. Ah, well that's... shit. Reassuring.
Is that all you got? Thought you were fucking good, man. Come on, compete.
Hector
You're
Neris and I are
nothing.
friends. He never yelled it at me.
And then he dropped mama huevo, which is a bad slang term.
It means, yeah, S my D.
Well, no. It means CS.
In another way.
Yeah, same. Whatever you want it to mean.
When someone calls you CSer, you think they're inviting you?
Prove it.
Mama Huevo? That's a classic.
Dude, I didn't even whisper. You didn't even whisper it.
Clip
it. A classic Latin, you
better say that in
phrase.
parentheses.
Yeah.
Especially on the ball field.
Yeah.
Diablo Coño.
Yeah.
That means effing devil.
Yeah.
Or like.
Mateo, coño.
I have the Twins in 5. I have Royce Lewis going off the right field foul pole in Houston, a la Howie Kendrick.
I have him joining the Astros.
Already did it this year.
Ooh.
What did you say? Because me and Trev were talking. You said something in between there.
I didn't. Not recalling.
Have you heard any rumors
I
about
don't
the
recall.
twins?
Oh, I don't recall, Your Honor. Your
Yes.
fucking joke.
You don't want to know.
Don't say it.
You don't want to know.
Who's ever
Don't
stuck up
you
for you in
dare
this
say it. People are gonna
fucking
say we're fighting
family?
again. Okay, so
Fighting?
do we even give predictions for the first series? Should we go back and just do that real quick?
Jake said one real
Who are
quick.
Who are
Who's
you on,
stuck
James,
up
for
you in
Texas
this
Baltimore?
I have. I'm predicting 5 games.
Are they gonna attack that?
Not you don't
thing?
know the winner yet.
I don't know the
That's
winner.
fine.
Yeah, but I'm predicting 5 games.
Jake?
Jake's choosing a winner.
Birds.
He's not choosing the games. Then that's fair.
I'm choosing the Birds also. I think they are going to move on.
That graphics
Jake
gonna fucking piss
Jake
people
did
off.
pick Orioles in 4.
I like it. I just choose the games. That'll make people mad.
You just want the owners to make money going 5 games.
No, but well, actually, that is bullshit, Trev. Don't get me started on that. Don't get me started on that.
Okay, so you're not picking. You have to pick for the graphic though, James. So Birds
It's
are
gonna
in.
say 5 on the graphic.
Okay, great.
That's fair.
Have
The
fun
2
with
sides
that
will be
graphic.
5
Fair's
games
loose.
and
Fair's
Orioles.
really loose
Yeah.
there.
Jake made me change my pick last time, so I come
didn't
out
make you
looking
do
like a
anything.
loser. On the
Nobody
sad
made
eyes
you change
gave.
anything, by the way. You
Jake,
kind of run the show here. I don't know if you know that, but your name's all over our.
Jake
clips.
gave me the saddest eyes. He was like, "Really?" And I was like, "I'll change." And then he said, "Thank you." So now I get the Brewers wrong. Didn't want to. So I'm going games.
That's good loser talk, Jim.
Yeah.
Stromgard.
And didn't you say something about the Twins? You wanted to go with the Twins, but
Until they won, I wasn't going to believe in them.
you weren't going to trust them
Sadly.
until they won.
I stand by that, and I'm happy they proved me wrong.
So basically, you went 4 for 4.
No, I'll take the Blue Jays loss, but I mean, I chose the Diamondbacks.
Okay. You kind of did.
Yep.
This series, Jake is
Also
going with the
stuck
Twins
up
in
for you in
5.
this
I will also
fucking
go with
family.
the Twins. I don't care how many freaking games, dude. But I do think we're going to see them step up, man. I think they're going to beat the Astros. I think this is finally the season where they do not go to the ALCS, and maybe the rest of the league can like breathe a little bit, that the monsters are kind of put to bed. It's going to be a very difficult series for the Twins to win, but I think I have them going to the World Series. I think they're like kind of one of those teams that has figured it out and they're doing it at the right time.
4 games. Do you think Astros fans right now are looking around and just like laughing? Like it's 3 teams who have never been here like with this current squad.
It should be
young and fun. Or is this what it takes? Finally, fresh young blood here to ruin the old ways.
And Carlos Correa too. There's something about having like they got some of the Astros devil magic.
Correa's gonna bat 400 over the 4 games, or he's gonna bat over.
really good numbers against Verlander, by the way.
Are we gonna get? This is what we need. We need Correa versus a Presley at bat, game on the line. I don't love that matchup for Carlos Correa, but I would like to see it.
Verlander, Sonny Gray, hatless, sky picture. Put it on the fucking line. Let's see.
A hero
what it
has
looks like, guys.
fallen.
Jeez, guys. It's stressful
Fell
in the
to
big
death
leagues,
in
right?
Ellen Forest.
I'm full gray. I know.
Sweaty under there, you know.
Okay.
James?
4 games. This one's only going 4.
Moving on.
National League.
Yeah.
What is the first one?
Phillies Braves.
Dude, I just
Ah.
farted
Rematch
and it smells
City,
so bad.
Divisional series in the
Hold
divisional
on.
series. How
Oh
about
my
that?
gosh. Oh my gosh. My legs are so sore as well. Alright, I'm gonna log out to poop, then log back in. I'll play some fun music for you, okay? Treetops. Together, the winds in the treetops, in the air, where the stars are blossom. The moon is in flower, and bright are the windows of night in her tower. The river is silver, the shadows are fleeting. Merry is the May time, and merry, merry, meeting. I'm gonna hang with these guys. They're kinda cool. Maybe they can help me kill the Forsaken Courier.
Sunday, October 7th, 6 o'clock.
Let's go,
And
guys.
then Monday, 6
Follow
o'clock.
me. Follow me,
Wednesday,
Lieutenant. I'll keep you safe.
Tibid. Man, I'm really interested in this game. I'm interested in the Braves having their exhibition games, trying to stay sharp. I haven't heard
No,
about that.
guys, we're going this way.
I feel like
I haven't either. I
We're
saw
going
no
this way,
video.
guys.
of
They
it.
posted
Anything.
lineups and stuff. I
they did.
think,
I thought they said they were going to invite fans. I thought there would have been clips. I don't know.
I don't think the pitchers were really trying to embarrass the hitters. I think there was a lot of hitting.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's fucked up.
Okay, from the hitter.
The biggest storyline for me right away is who do the Phillies start game one? I think have they decided? Is it my dude Ranger Suarez?
Rob Thompson knows. He just
Taijuan
hasn't told
Walker.
anyone.
Good. He shouldn't. I mean, that's very fair. You should just tell it. The moment you legally have to say and let the other team know is when you should do that, in my opinion. I believe in that gamesmanship. So, okay. And then Wheeler game 2, Nola game 3. So they're a little fucked if
vividly
it goes
remember
deep into a
questing
series
here
as
on
well.
retail.
Because game 5, you're going to have Wheeler?
Yeah,
Or is this the series that
Do
has...
Wheeler.
You do Wheeler?
I think short, but all hands on deck.
And then Brave, Strider, Field, Elders expected. A lot of
Strider.
fans in the stands for Strider, so that's a bummer.
My God.
I don't know. This is
He
gonna be a
was
good one.
not
There's a Strider
healthy
right there.
coming into the series last year.
Me neither.
So that's a big difference.
Did not like
for the
that.
Braves. If you're looking at this, I'm on their Fangraphs roster
Number 2
resource page.
deadliest in Arathi.
Are you kidding me? First in average, first in OBP, first in OPS, first in runs, first in homers. 10th in stolen bases. Pick your game up a little bit, guys. That's nuts.
Some
And that's
goulash.
Has there ever-
that's only Ronald, so that's like bad at stolen bases.
Yeah, okay, so you're bad at stolen bases, but I mean, has there ever been a team that's finished in all of those categories first in all of baseball? Like, when's the last time that happened?
27
I see you.
Yankees, dude. Read a book.
I can see
You guys are
there,
like
boy.
Yankees fans are like Notre Dame football fans. Like, you haven't won anything in God knows how long, but you really love those 1920s championships.
Boston Celtics,
Really love
Notre
those,
Dame,
yeah.
Yankees. Yeah,
Sick of it, guys.
we're sick of it too. If that makes you feel better.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah, you guys need a new championship, no doubt.
No doubt.
Nice, dude.
Nice. Holla back.
Here's what I'll say.
Say it, Jake.
This is awesome. This is the marquee matchup. This is running it back from
Phillies
last year.
Braves is so
We already saw the
sick.
Philly crowd,
It's
and like
unbelievable.
Philly, both of these teams have executed their exact game plan up to this point. Like Phillies, I don't know. Obviously every team wants to win the division, and I love when Trev starts talking about all the spring training stuff, where it's like we're gonna take the extra bag and we're gonna 2-out route. Trev talks about those, how the rest of our society talks about like team workshops at their office where it's like, today we're going to do a team building event. The Phillies are stacked. They've played their game. They didn't fully care about the division at a certain point, but we want to have our stars healthy and ready to go. Trey Turner had a weird year. He's been awesome since then. Bryce Harper's going to be stoked to not see just another lefty slider from the Marlins. JT Real Muto goes big fly. Like, the Phillies are set up how they want to be set up, outside of their starting pitchers not going games 1 and 2. And the Atlanta Braves are the same thing. They wanted to boat race the division. Ronald's going to win the MVP. Matt Olson hit, 54 bombs this year? And the rest of the lineup's nasty, too. And they're playing the team that knocked them out last year in the Phillies, the interdivision, which this is big balls on the table, man. This is, if the Phillies clip them again, I mean, really they're just going to be laughing. Enjoy your regular season wins.
Can I attack?
Don't care. Where the Braves, it feels like they've been building up and wanting this moment, this very moment, all year.
My just animation isn't going.
And they're going to get it with Strider trying to get his redemption in Philly, because outside of that playoff start, he's owned them. This is perfect. This is what playoff baseball should be.
Spencer Strider against him. Trey Turner 0 for 14. Bryson Stott 2 for 19. Real Muto 2
Yes,
for 13.
I will group with you if you really want.
So if you're looking at that, you're thinking Philly's got their work cut out for him.
Holy
but
crap, that guy attacks fast.
It is the playoffs, my people. And Trey Turner does. I think Trey Turner's feeling that Team USA feeling again when he was the center of the baseball world for a little bit. I think he liked it. It went away from him, and now he's kind of feeling it again, as he's been one dot in it for quite some time. I think it's easy to say Harper is the biggest X factor here for the Phillies. Like, if he gets hot and hits a bunch of homers, it'd be great. But I think Trey Turner is my guy. Like, if he goes, I think the Phillies.
A hero has fallen.
And
another $300 million guy.
I think the Braves lose this series if one of their starting pitchers has a horrendous outing. And that's kind of all. I think they can hang with them. I think the Braves can beat you in many different ways. But say Strider goes out and has just like a
I don't know if I can get that guy
That's
without
the
getting
only way.
people
I was
on
trying to
his
think in my head,
sides.
how did the Phillies win this series? And I was like, I think they got to like really just destroy one of the starting pitchers.
Jim, close friend to the pod, and I'm obviously not rooting this. We mentioned Strider's incredible numbers against some of the Phillies, although he did have that playoff thing. So
Strider!
That monkey off his proverbial back. Trey Turner off of Max Fried, 14 of 35. Nick Castellanos, 8 for 13 against Max Fried. JT Real Muto, 14 for 40 against Max Fried. So that's the one that you'd be a little nervous on. You know, Max has had a few IL stints this year. He hasn't been as locked in and consistent as he normally is. And that's where, the Phillies went back and they closed us out in Philly when the place just turned into a madhouse and it was like nothing really mattered. Like, they didn't care. They were going to score 8 runs and like see you at the finish line.
The Philly bat slam.
If they take one in Atlanta,
This series is over.
I don't know. Like, they're gonna think, them and the Braves are gonna be thinking like, Phillies fans are gonna say it's happening again. Braves fans are gonna be saying it's not happening again, right? And that's scary about those first two.
You're facing Max Fried
Can you
twice
stop
and Spencer
pairing
Strider
me?
twice if you're the Phillies.
Yeah, it's tough.
Buckle up. You got to go get it done. On the other hand, Wheeler's going to get the ball twice. Second game and possibly a decisive 5th game. So if you're a Phillies fan, you have to feel good about that. But this is, dude. Trying to figure out who's going to win this series is probably the toughest one for me because you have the Braves who are, I think everyone that covers baseball would agree they're on a tier of their own. Like, they're the best, most well-rounded, best team in baseball. And they've shown it throughout the season. But Phillies beat them in the playoffs last year. Like, that's kind of almost all that matters at this point of the season. Braves won season series 8-5. You think anybody really cares in Philadelphia on that roster? They don't. All they think back is, We did it last year against them. Let's go do it again. I think they match up well. It's very difficult for me to choose a side here.
What if I told you Brandon Marsh? It's 4 for 9 versus Strider.
I'd say he better be in the lineup. That's what I would say.
At one point, he was much better because he's 1 for his last 5 with 4 strikeouts. So that stinks.
Prediction time? Jake?
I'd love to hear the games. That would help me out.
You want to hear the games first?
Yeah.
Hey!
What do you mean?
4.
Oh.
I'm going Braves. I was on them before the season. They're the most talented team. Like I don't know. I will say I just pooped myself a little bit with if they win either of the first 2 games. Like Philly is living their exact perfect script. Like, yep, we got to the playoffs. Okay, we got a chance to close it out in Philly. We've got dudes up and down the lineup. We're gonna be feeling good. For Atlanta, for me, the team that won the World Series, if you remember, Ronald Acuna Jr. was not a part of that run. Ronald was out, so in an MVP season, he gets a chance to go out and get a World Series that truly feels like his. Neither were the A's guys, Olsen and Murphy, while the rest of the lineup kind of was, and so they'll have the playoff experience.
Still recharging.
I don't know. Like, if you're the Braves and you're this talented and your whole season was building up to getting back to the playoffs and a chance to play the team that took you out last year, I don't know, man. If you don't do it, there's going to be a lot of head turning in the locker room. Like, what are we doing? Like, should we just be Philly and kind of slap it up all year, win 90 games, and just get ready to be pimps in the playoffs? Give me Atlanta.
Wow, pimps in the playoffs.
Sure.
4 games, James. I think we're going 5 games. I think this is gut feeling here. I think the Braves are going to crush them in game 1. I think that they're going to come out and everyone's going to say, "Dang, man,
I give
Phillies don't belong on the same field," which obviously they do. I think it's going to be a big victory for the Braves in game 1, and then it's going to be up to Wheeler and Nola to kind of shut things down. I got Philly winning the whole dang thing this year, so I'm taking Philadelphia in 5, Wheeler in a decisive game. I think they win 2 and 3, they lose 4, and they have to win 5, which would mean Max Fried loses 2 games. That's difficult for me to see too. I have to stick with my guns. I'm going Philly. I don't have a great reason. I think they're a team of destiny and World Series losers last year, very hungry to get back.
So to clear it up, the graphic will read Jake, Braves, Jimmy, 4 games, Trev, Max Fried, 0-2.
Oh, my God. You're going to make so much money, though, Max. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
He is going to make money.
Hot
Get a ring and
yet
gold gloves.
gentle.
Next up.
Like, he should be the one to date your dog. Max Fried.
And after that,
Dude,
he
this
could
highwayman could be 20
go to
and I
go to
finish
our
it before these
go to our store.
mercenaries.
John Boy Media. Go get some merch. We got some playoff shirts out. We got some footy shirts out. The shirt I'm wearing, Trevor's hat. Can you get the baggage pullover? You can get a lot of baggage gear. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
you
definitely
can.
At one point you could maybe. I don't know.
Give it a look. There's
Hey,
other bags.
hey, Kenny in sales. Kenny in sales, if you're listening, Kyle Farmer really wants the block John Boy hat black snapback.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hope they were listening.
He's going to be the MVP of the World Series.
Shop.johnboymedia.com. Go, Jim.
The last series, the Diamondbacks, Jake Snakes.
Fight me, bro.
Playing for
Fight me,
rings
bro.
in the desert. Taking on the Dodgers. The Dodgers. This one is everyone's most anticipated series. Any update on Moreno?
They said he's playing game 1.
Can't carry anymore.
Holy moly. Merrill Kelly is expected starter for the Diamondbacks with Gallen going 2. Is that true?
They're lined up. Yeah.
Kelly
Bonus off day in the NL.
Alec Thomas, Corbin Carroll, men of many few words. Alec Thomas's interview in the middle of the game last night was the most nothing I've ever heard in my life. It was crazy. Diamondbacks, very good at baseball.
Jesus.
Very good at expressing themselves on the baseball field. Very talkative. The most dry interviews I've ever heard.
You got to go a little easier on the mid-game interview for Alec Thomas. You're locked in the game. That's the last thing you want to do. We've had the mic come up to us in Blitzball a couple times, and the words don't come to
I
us.
can't stand
They are.
mid-game
I
interviews.
know that, but it was like, whoa.
They are.
Just say no.
They are a tame crew. They probably did. That ain't how it works.
Corbin Carroll, every interview
Yes.
has been
Yes.
almost like, do you inflect your voice?
He's
he's chilling.
If it comes out that they're
I don't know if he is. I think he's
I don't know.
intense and.
they've mixed
Like
in
he's-
they've mixed in some robots amongst us. Like he's
Oh yeah, he is suspect for that.
like if we did an all potential robot team like Shohei, Corbin Carroll,
yeah.
I don't know. This is David and Goliath. This is Big Brother. Pick your favorite ploof, bro. The Dodgers have dominated the Diamondbacks in recent and almost all history. They've won the last 5 games this season, which culminated in a sweep against the Dodgers, and that's right during like the wild card race when every game meant so much to Arizona. Clayton Kershaw, who will get the kill in Game 1. I think you guys are familiar with him. Southpaw. To give you a little bit of the scouting report.
A hero has fallen.
Throws different pitches. That's a full scouting report. He hasn't lost at home to the Diamondbacks. He's been on the Dodgers for a couple years. He hasn't lost at home to the Diamondbacks since 2012. Merrill Kelly, who's getting the ball in Game 1. Merrill Kelly, great year. 30 starts, a 3.29 ERA. Like, Merrill Kelly, yes. 0 for 11 career on 16 starts against the Dodgers. So we've got a little bit of hate. How are you? And hey, one playoff moment can put all that as history, but I think Dodger fans are laughing a little bit.
No, I think they're scared of this matchup because it's like what you talked about before. What have the Snakes got to lose? Like they're coming into this with just like let's just go try to win a few of these games. The Dodgers are just like, hey, we just had a break. Now we gotta get back on the field. I do agree with you that the talent disparity between the two teams is pretty big. Gosh, I don't know, man. It's hard for me to even. It's hard for me to think of a scenario where the Snakes win this series, which is tough because I'm not usually like that, and I give everyone a chance in the playoffs.
Need to get 58 tonight. Dies. That's really
The domination of the Dodgers in that NL West, large. It feels so large and it looms so large over the rest of them. I mean, I got Dodgers in 4.
How was that?
Sorry, James. You're
I'm
supposed
gonna
to.
go up this
I give
hill.
the
It
games
seems
3.
cool.
Oh.
You got your 2 best pitchers going to LA, and then you come home and you got fought.
Never mind.
It's gonna take a lot. It's gonna take a lot from the D-backs. They're gonna have to play absolutely perfect. They're gonna have to hit like.
I'm just thinking of
several
Freddie
3-run
Freeman's
homers.
at-bats. I think Freddie Freeman
I
eats up
know.
like in his first 3 at-bats. I think he eats
A
up
hero has fallen.
30 pitches or
Shit.
4 total bases.
Max Muncy's gonna hit a ball to the fucking moon. You
Okay.
know. He
Timeout.
is.
Timeout.
Yeah, give us some
That's
Snakes
so
love, bro, because
sick
it's
that
been a
they're-
tough
this
listen
is-
for them.
The Kershaw kid I've been telling you about.
He's no kid.
Corbin Carroll, 4 for 7 lifetime against him. Seeing it.
Kershaw didn't know who he was at that point.
Christian Walker, 10 for 34. Tommy Pham, bad numbers.
Yeah, because he's Tommy Pham,
The
bro.
Dodgers are throwing Bobby Miller in Game 2. Like, the rookie. I know he's nasty, and Trev's been on him early. But we got a rookie going out there for the Dodgers. Let's find out what Bobby Miller's made of. And I think we're probably gonna like what we see.
Nah,
But
today's
okay,
Thursday.
rookie
Oh, we
starter
got
there.
2, 10,
And then
15,
Game
and
3, it's either gonna be
52.
Joms Lance Lynn,
Only at 52.
or it's gonna be like opener Ryan Pepio Day. Which
10:50.
I don't know. Like for previous Dodgers
That already
teams, if we were lining up this matchup, we'd go, "Oh my
30
god!"
minutes
Like
ago.
Dodgers Snakes. Here comes Kershaw, Bueller,
Life.
Urias, Tony G in the power of 3. Like,
A hero has
you know,
fallen.
it would feel a little
Dustin
different.
May.
Hey,
That's sad.
the Snakes lineup can fuck around a little bit. I think we're gonna have some fun. I think we're gonna have some good games. And I don't know if they come out with that, like they had a little bit of in Milwaukee that they were playing with, like everyone doesn't even think we should be at the party, but we're here. Tori Lavello, my manager, changed my Twitter bio. And I don't know, is the pressure will be on LA.
Is it? I don't know. I mean,
What?
I don't know if that's true. Here's the thing: Corbin Carroll could take a series over. We saw it. I mean, he basically did in Milwaukee.
I feel like
Hey, Lieutenant, glad you
I'm
made it here
upset with what Jake
safely.
said.
Okay.
I feel like you downplayed
You really
Kershaw.
just
I
walked
don't
all
understand
the
how you
way
did that.
here.
That hurts
I didn't
Trust
downplay
me,
Kershaw.
by the time
I said
got
Carroll and Walker have good numbers against them.
But you said like the starting pitching isn't what we used to like. Kershaw just had a fucking awesome year.
It's the other guys. I said in past
Yeah.
years it's also Clayton Kershaw. None of that was at Kershaw.
No Bueller, no
You
Urias,
just-
no
you took the
Gonsolin,
whole
no
thing
Dustin
wrong.
May is tough.
Kershaw's like awesome.
I'm in on Kershaw.
You're not in on Bobby Miller.
Let's see. He's a rookie.
You need
like
something?
you know, he's good.
Are we gonna
Let's
see
find out
if,
what we got?
do we have to let's see with Corbin Carroll?
I think we already saw in the playoffs. Boom,
Okay.
roasted.
Boom, roasted.
Very smart to
Corbin
do
Carroll
Bobby
could take a
Miller,
game
too.
over. I agree with that. He's going to have to.
But Jim, you just got mad at the pressure on LA line. Let's say the Snakes come
No,
out
I
and win
wasn't.
game 1.
Well, I was upset. I was super reacting delayed.
Super delayed. Turn it on. If they beat Kershaw game 1, you got Bobby Miller, the rookie, against these Snakes in game 2. Like, hey, a lot's got to happen
Safe
to get
travels.
Bobby Miller's been pretty good.
there. Been good.
Very good, adventurer. With the deaths of those syndicate members, we should have an easier time receiving supplies from South Shore. Perhaps our cause yet has hope. The syndicate in Stromgard do battle with our contingent of militia there. In order to urge the rabble to fight our more disciplined troops, the syndicate leaders have placed a bounty on our soldiers, awarding gold for each Stromgard badge gathered off killed militiamen. We want those badges retrieved. We cannot allow the cutthroats to take trophies from our brave fallen. Enter the syndicate-controlled area of Stromgard and hunt them for our badges.
Where would you like to fly to?
Safe travels.
I'll finish my point now, and then you guys can finish your argument. Carroll has a chance to take a game over, no doubt. Did it against Milwaukee. Milwaukee doesn't have what the Dodgers have. Like, what we hope Corbin Carroll will do for the Snakes to give him a chance, Freddie Freeman's going to do it.
Yes.
Like, he's going to perform. Mookie Betts is going to perform. Like, they have, I think that's the Dodgers' advantage, probably. I mean, definitely in this series, is like they know that you can just plug in X amount of hits and runs and RBI from these guys. Like, they're going to perform because they're the elite of the elite. Like, they don't slump.
I don't want the Dodgers to win.
Doesn't happen. So the Dodgers have that built in already. And then if they get, if Max Muncy goes on a heater, or, JD Martinez just decides that he wants to wake up and say, hey, I used to play here.
Yeah.
I need some homers. Like, I think that's the biggest issue in this series is I just think, like, pound for pound, like player for player, the Dodgers just have such an advantage that it's going to play out in their favor. And in this last series, in the wild card series, the Brewers didn't have that with the Diamondbacks whatsoever. I thought they were more evenly matched than anything.
We kept talking about the Diamondbacks let the Brewers in it. They kept them in it. Like, they could be up big and knock Kershaw out, knock Bobby Miller out, and I'm like, okay, you still got to hold the Dodgers for the rest of the game. And their offense is pretty good.
They're so relentless. Every time I've watched them live this year, going to the stadium, it has that feeling. Doesn't matter. Like, they're at any given moment can just put up a 6 spot. Like, and not like just like a joke, haha. No, like no, they at any given moment they can run out of 6 spot. So I agree with you, Jimmy, that this is it's gonna be a tall task, man. I'm not gonna say it's a 0% chance for the Snakes to win it. I don't have confidence that they are. They've been a really fun group to watch, and part of me will be rooting for them just because of like you know who won the Battle of David and Goliath. I hate when people say that because like David and Goliath, like for sure Goliath's gonna win. It's like no, guys, don't you know the freaking story?
Holy
like, he
shit.
lost.
Let's get hit by.
Freddie Freeman literally has like his career batting average is like 3.03 or .303. That's like 1, 2. But then Albert Pujols 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seasons in a row above. His lowest was 3.12. Oh my god. He had 7 seasons in a row at 3.27 and above. 1 dotting every. This guy's fucking cracked. His last season in St. Louis, it was his worst, .299. I'm not gonna make the boat because I'm trolling. Please, please. I'm not gonna fucking make it, dude. Not gonna make it, man. Not gonna make it. Door stuck. Door stuck. I cannot believe I made it. What is Jaquisha doing on this boat, bro?
A rock. Fell down.
Hit by a rock.
Just hung over.
David was like, God's gonna send this one. He just like threw a rock with a slingshot. Oh, that's such a silly story. My goodness, but David won.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I don't know if you knew that, Jake.
So Trevor Plouffe is taking the Snakes.
It's actually a biblical story. How about that?
Hmm.
People forget I went to confession.
I also confessed.
I confess.
You wish to
I have no
confess.
faith in the Snakes.
Mm.
Forgive me.
Been 3 months since my last confession. I'd just like to say I think this whole thing's a crock of shit. That was my last confession.
Made me feel better about myself, though.
Did it? Felt like I talked to an old dude through a wall.
No, bro, I felt like this cleanse came over me. I said a few Hail Marys and some Our Fathers. Bam, I'm holy again. New life, baby.
Jake, did you lock yours in?
You have 4 games?
3.
Oh, shit. I'm going 5 games. And a lifelong memory as the Dodgers win in 5.
All right.
I'm excited.
I wish they started tomorrow.
Me too.
Yeah. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Good.
Thanks. I knew there was a boat here. Wait a minute, why didn't we take the boat from Wetlands to Theramore and then walk? It's so much. I guess it's Ratchet's probably a little faster, I don't know. Except they call him Smiling Jim. Theramore. In Burning or in retail, I had to come here as a horde to get Explorer. Set your Hearthstone to Theramore. don't like this town. Maybe it's nicer during the day. Hey, Byron.
Good night. I can't help it if I feel sorry for old Jim there. He wasn't always like that. Ran an inn out in the marsh for a while. Wonderful place. Look, I don't really want to talk about it. Bring it up with Captain Vimes if you really have to.
If you're long ears, I'm coming for ya. That must be you.
Hello.
How are you?
What brings you here?
As you may know, wyverns are often tamed by orcs for use as mounts, but what is less known is that the venom of a wyvern in some circles is more valuable than the beast itself, so if you're not afraid to do a little wyvern hunting, then I have a job for you. There's a place called High Perch in the I know where that is.
I'm listening. What brings you here? I'm listening.
Where's Astronar? Fresh out of the boat from Menthil, then the first thing you should do is go to Astronar. Why is she moving like that?
Hello. What brings you here?
Look at her. Wait. Did you see that? What is she doing? Did you see that?
Step
Hey,
welcome to
Janine.
my inn, weary traveler. What can I do for you? What do you... Welcome to my inn, weary traveler. What can I do for you?
I have so much stuff.
See you around.
Why do I have these frickin' spices?
What can I do for you?
I don't want these spices.
See you later.
Maybe I need them though. Wow. Look at all these guards. Training for quite the battle here. Holy shit, 3 quests here.
James Heil. Why does that name sound so familiar? Of course, the Shady Rest Inn incident. If you have any information about what happened there, I would urge you to speak with Captain Vimes about it. He's handling the investigation. Greetings. A pleasure to meet you, adventurer. I am Commander Samal. I'm in charge of Miss Proudmoore's forces here in Theramore. Although I'm quite busy, if you have any questions, please feel free to speak up. I might have to keep it short, but there's no reason for me to be rude if you need my help. If you plan on traveling out of the city, I'd suggest you be careful. Besides ogres, orcs, and murlocs, the southern part of the swamp is filled with black dragons. Hendel, yes, I know the man, but why would you need one of my soldiers? Elling sent you to find him? I don't like the sound of that. Elling wouldn't have you come to me first if your business wasn't troubling. I understand if you can't tell me what this is about, but know this. I have a duty to protect these lands. If you're going to cause a disturbance, then I suggest you inform me of whatever you can. I believe Hendel was stationed at the first tower outside of Theramore. Be cautious. What can I do for you? The guards of Theramore are the finest group of Alliance soldiers based in Kalimdor. It is our duty to uphold the laws of the Alliance even so far away from our homes. James Hiles, his real name. The opened an inn at the edge of the Barrens. Wanted to make a nice place for travelers to stop over. Might be he was thinking too big, but the inn did do well for a while. Then we lost control of the roads in the marsh and the ogres took over. James was too stubborn to give up his dream for safety within our walls, and the Shady Rest Inn was burnt to the ground. We're investigating, but haven't had much luck. If you want to help out, see what you can find in the rubble.
Coming to you live from New York City. It's Rob Has a Podcast.
It's Rob Has a Podcast live. And now, here's podcasting's ultimate water boy, Rob Sesternino. Yes, how's it going, everybody? Can you believe it? New York City, we're back, baby.
Wow, this is a scary zone.
I'm so thrilled. I thought that this was such a great episode of Survivor. We got
I thought it was a great episode of Survivor.
All-time record attendance here for the live show. Let everybody know you're here, okay? I love that episode. I thought it was really, really fun. I love the 90 minutes. We had so many fun moments, and we have a lot of great people here.
Greetings. Well met, adventurer. We must be brief because there is much to do. The man you seek, the one known as Hendel, is not here. Other sources have brought to the Lady Proudmoore information I believe you already know. She has asked me to find you and give you aid in your venture. If you would allow it, I will tell you where to find Private Hendel so we can bring him to justice. Private Hendel is to the west of here. He's currently on guard duty protecting some of Theramore's infiltrators while they rest. They've been keeping tabs on the Horde base, Brackenwall, and looking for anything else that might threaten our borders. You should have no problem finding him. Just look for the tents along the road. I have another matter to attend to, but I shall catch up to you soon enough. You can always find me in the Lady Proudmoore's tower if you have any problem.
Private Hendel Hardcore. It says I'll be flagged. Does the quest missing diplomat still PV fleet? $13 ago, it doesn't. Getting hit by opposing faction NPCs, however, does. It doesn't. Did it yesterday. Sounds like it's hard anyways.
To talk with us tonight about everything. So let's get it underway, okay? I am very excited. Let's bring up the first person we're going to talk to tonight. Of course, you got to know her in season 44 of Survivor.
I think it's going to... Franny, okay.
Hey, Mariny's here. Yes!
I'm not of yesterday.
Franny, come sit down. Franny, how are you?
I'm wonderful. I'm like kind of still overcome with what I laughed, I cried, I screamed, so I'm like coming down off of that, but I'm great.
I hear you. I thought this was such a cool episode, and for Brandon, what can you say about Brandon? What a great story for him.
Incredible. Brandon is the fan in all of us. You watch him and you watch him smiling and you just know that, like, that's that feeling of being like, what the hell am I doing on this show that I love? Like, every moment that Brandon is there, we all look inside ourselves and say, that's me, a fan on the show. So I'm so proud of him. I think he did such a wonderful
Why is this guy talking to me?
And I totally can empathize with him because, I felt like going out to Survivor, and it was, quite some time ago when I first went on Survivor. But I felt like that, if I just go there, and no matter what happens, like, I got on Survivor, like, this is it.
Oh yeah, I was like, just put me on the boat, give me 5 minutes, and then I can leave. Like, I'm good. All you want to do is be there, truly. And like anything on top of that, you're so lucky to have. So yeah, I think he did wonderful.
Now, let's just talk about, like, was this even a decision for the Lulu tribe?
I think this is a really, really interesting decision for the Lulu tribe. And I would love to think about this from the perspective of all the different people, because I think that it's kind of a different decision for Caleb and for Sean and for Sabaya. I think for Caleb, I think this is a wonderful decision, right? Especially after what we just saw, it seems like...
Hey there. I like cooking. Good swamp cooking. Fried green frog legs and the like. And for cooking, I need spice. Soothing spice.
God damn it!
Make a stew and stew it up and suck it down and give you some too. Do you like stew?
I knew it. I knew I would need the spices for some reason. I knew it. Where's Lady Pro? God freaking dang it, bro. I knew I would need it. I knew I would need it, dude. Where the heck you run into? This guy's looking out for me. Appreciate the concern. I knew I would need the stupid spices. I better be able to get spices back at Theramore. If they don't have spice trade coming into this deck,
like he kind of has Emily in
God,
his
I
corner
knew
now,
I
so
would need
feel like
the
he made a
stupid
really good move by keeping
spices.
her around, and he's doing a lot to cultivate that relationship. But I don't know if that's such a good move for Sean and Sabaya. I don't know.
It seemed like Sabaya needed to be talked into it.
Yeah.
That, Sean and Caleb, they felt like, okay, well, obviously this is a no-brainer. And Sabaya was a little, what is it?
I don't know. It's hard because, so Emily's in this really interesting position where she comes on so strong. By the way, love Emily. Like, come on. She's the person. She goes out there and she says the thing that everybody's thinking. The thing that you never think somebody's going to say, she said it. And that's wonderful. Like, that makes for great TV. But she's in this weird position where, she kind of has her tail between her legs, and that can actually make for a wonderful alliance member. If you have somebody who comes out really strong, kind of gets knocked on the head a little bit, and then now has to come back and beg for forgiveness, that might be a really great alliance member going forward. So...
Yeah, she made such an interesting pivot in this episode based off of the first episode where she really seemed like, okay, like, look, that Caleb and Sabaya, we're not going to break them up, guys. Everybody come, let's go. And then in this episode, she seemingly, she got saved by the Hannah thing last week. And then she really, went back and said, okay, I'm just going to go with a completely new game plan. And it worked.
Yeah, it worked. And just something I want to say, so that moment we see with Emily and Caleb, right, where Caleb's kind of saying, I'm going to coach Emily a little bit. I'm going to, help her be better and be a better alliance member going forward. Excellent strategic play by Caleb, right? He's doing really well socially. But I don't want to undermine how good of a social move that is for Emily as well. She's also showing up in that conversation, and she's not fighting Caleb. She's saying, you're right, I need to learn from you, I will be better. The excellent social moves for both of them right there. So I'm curious to see how they move forward.
Okay, so we don't have Steven here tonight, so I was going to ask you to give out the Franny for tonight.
Go Franny!
And so, did you feel like that if you had to give an MVP for this episode, is it to Emily for turning it around or for Caleb for bringing her in?
I feel like, somebody's got an opinion in the crowd. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like with this episode, I don't know. I feel like it's Caleb. It's tight, but I feel like it's Caleb here because Think about it. Yeah, Caleb. Think about it. He could have come off of that previous tribal where
They
he
didn't
did
sing
kind
the
of
song.
get put on the spot by Emily. He could have come off of that and been so pissed at her and been like,
Yeah.
I don't want to talk to you.
She was gunning for him.
Yes, but instead, he put his pride to the side and said, no, I can do something with this girl. We can make something happen. And I think that that's really good gameplay on his part. It's the forgiveness. It's huge because so many people in Survivor, something goes wrong and you're like, I don't want to work with that person anymore. Are you kidding me? And then that can hurt you. You have to be open to everyone, always.
Yeah, but it's also like a double-edged sword, right? Because you can like be too forgiving of a person. It's like she did say his name.
True.
Like this could be a story where Caleb brings her in, and then eventually Emily writes his name down again at some point.
Emily has a smile on her face and a dagger behind her back. Is that what? Does she have that now? I don't know. I'm curious to see what she does with it moving forward.
You know, I'd love to just go back to Brandon a little bit and just his whole arc on the show, because I think that this was a night where, okay, he got to have his shot at the puzzles. And we saw tonight, look, new puzzles.
New puzzles.
New puzzles.
Thank you, Carson.
How about new
Garrett.
puzzles,
Thank you,
right?
Carson. Yeah. New
Yeah.
puzzles are excellent on Survivor. We love to see it.
Yeah, and for Brandon, like it was like a very human moment of like, I thought I was good at the puzzles.
Oh my God. And I'll tell you, these puzzles, I thought I was good at the puzzles. The like 2 puzzles I did, I stood there and I stared at it. My brain has never been emptier. Never in my entire life. So I don't blame Brandon one bit. Sometimes you look at those and you're like, oh, I've got to do this now? I got to put pieces in there? So I empathize with him completely on that because those are hard and under the pressure, it's terrifying.
I'm loving your energy so much right now on this. You're so good. You're so good.
So happy to be here.
A hero
Isn't
has
it-
fallen.
This is great. And look, when like Franny is a big deal, okay? She knows people, okay? Do you know she knows Kane?
You
You
need
know
something?
he's Canadian? Okay.
Okay, she knows
Now here's some
famous
swampy
people.
goods, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's name drop.
I don't name drop. I'll
Too
name
bad
drop
most
Kane.
critters
Yeah.
only
That
have
was
2
so
eyes,
funny
but
from
spiders
Bruce. I
have lots
love
of
the like
eyes,
Bruce is
lots
about
and
to name
lots.
drop. I'm
And
like, who's he
darkness
named?
I juice
Does he
is
know
tasty,
Beyonce? Like
smooth
what?
and salty.
And then Kane
Unpopped spider
Fritzler.
eyes. I
Everyone's
taste
like,
them all.
you know
Darkness spider eyes.
Kane? No way. Oh my God. Yeah, that was so
He's
good.
a really cool guy.
Kane is wonderful, but that's just not. It's not who I was expecting. But I loved it.
Is there a tug of war between Survivor 44 and Survivor 45 over custody of Bruce?
Oh, that's a very
Like, we
interesting
knew him
question.
first.
That's a very interesting question.
Yeah.
I think there is. It's a little like, it's like you're watching your child go off to school, like make new friends. I don't have a child. I don't know why. I don't know what that's like at all. From what I've heard, it's like watching your child. It's weird because we're all so excited for Bruce, right? It hurt us
Really
so
scared.
much to watch what happened to him in 44. That was, it was traumatic for Bruce. He bonked his head. It was traumatic for me. I was unscathed. Like, that was terrifying. And so we're just like so proud.
I need to not be listening to this screeching lady while I'm running through this death zone. Come on, Bailey. Stinky's escape. Is Jaina? I just want to see Jaina. Where is Jaina? Where's Ja? Where is Jaina? Is Jaina here? Is Jaina here? Where's Ja? Have you seen Jaina? Feels safe in here. Have you seen Jaina? Have you seen Jaina? Have you seen Jaina? Any of you guys seen Jaina? No? Okay. Shady Rest Inn and the Barrens. There's Private Hendel. I'm not gonna talk to him because I fear my life. But I'm gonna just scout out the area.
A hero has fallen.
Is he the missing diplomat? This is a scary ass zone. Oh, Jaina must be over here. Look at all these sentry posts. It makes me feel a lot more comforted. Have you seen Jaina? I want to talk to Jaina.
Proud of him to watch him go out there and actually get to play this game. It's so amazing. But then sometimes he does things that you're like, Bruce, you gotta stop doing that. Oh, yeah.
Franny, I want to bring in somebody that you know well from
Matt.
Survivor 44
Probably Matt.
to help get the perspective on everything. Let's talk to Heidi.
Not Heidi.
The robot. Yes. Yes. Heidi, how are you? Here, grab one of these microphones.
It is on.
Yes.
Hello.
All right, I got it. Okay, now I have
Oh my
two
God.
people who were there with Claire.
Yes.
And tonight we found out Claire
Bobby Hill.
is once again a game changer.
Bobby Hill, don't let me
They
alone.
changed the sit-out rule.
Love that. So Claire changed it, and
I
clearly Carson did too,
come
right?
back, Bobby
The
Hill.
puzzles
They changed
and
the
the
puzzle.
sit out. I love that.
Yeah.
Jeff was taking notes during 44. He's like, we can't let this happen again.
Yes.
Please, anything.
Yeah. What do you think about the sit-out rule?
I love it. I really do. Just because, I don't know, like, we love Claire, right? But I think it put her game in jeopardy for doing that. So it's like, let's just have a, fair plane. Everyone has to do it, no matter what. And she could have been great, but we just.
I don't like having to leave the road here, ever. Doesn't want me to do this zone until like 39. Why am I getting these quests then? No, thank you. Gunchlord is back. It's the Shady Rest Inn. It's got a horde written all over it. Where are the hoof prints?
A hero has fallen.
Rows of hoofprints lead away from the still smoking skeleton of the shady rest inn. There are at least a few visible impressions with more rows of prints, almost imperceptible in the soft mud of the marsh. I'll report that to the captain at once.
Didn't see it, right? And that's the thing, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, but like Claire wanted to compete. We're all out there. We want to do the cool thing. You want to grab the mallet and like smash the thing. Who doesn't want to do that? So I think that if this rule had been in place, she would have gotten a chance to do. Yes, but it could have changed her game.
So I have mixed opinions on it because I feel like that. Let's say that you get some, and I don't want to like single Claire out, but let's say there's somebody who was like a actual 0 in the challenges, and we didn't really even get to see like how Claire is in the challenges. If somebody was an actual 0, now they have to compete every time, and so or you can't hide them, and so their game is going to be in more jeopardy because they're actually very bad at the challenges.
But I love that. I love that. I want to see people fail.
Where's she saying?
Yes, I do. I really do.
Rip.
I mean, the challenges
Rip
was
credit
what-
card lady. It's a scary question. It doesn't make sense because he's like, if they're bad at the challenges, they can't sit out. But you literally can. Just every other one. And if your tribe is down anyways, no one gets to sit out at all, no matter what.
One of my favorite things of the whole show, it still is. So to me, it's like, even if you don't like it, do it. Like the last gasp for us, and I'm sorry for bringing 44 because we're here for about 45.
dare you.
But the last gasp is one of those where you're like, I don't know if I want to do it. And then we did it, and it's like, I would do it again, and I would drown because I didn't know it was just me and Jam Jam, right? So yeah, I think like, you gotta put yourself in those uncomfortable.
These Survivor characters are so over the top personalities. Like, yeah, in the show, they are not shown that way at all. It just tells me, like, how I could not get on this show because I am not. Like, all these people are extra. Do they ever cast introverts? Like, at all? Because this lady was, like, so chill on the show. But now she's psycho.
A hero has fallen.
Hey, look where it is. I was there this morning. So glad I made it up just while Marsh alive. Place was so scary. I'm not gonna make it. Oh my god, run. Should I jump? I could. I have divine shield. Kill wyverns. No way I get to go to Shimmering Flats. This is a classic zone. I'm scared of Alliance Pats. I mean Rogue. I mean Horde.
Situations in the challenges.
You know, I thought that this tribal council, Jeff had said, like, you know, it's not often where we have a situation where it's like heads up 2 people. It's either you or you. And it reminded me of the tribal council that you were spectators, you less so, Heidi, of the when Jam.
Don't bring me back there. Don't do it.
When Matt went out.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
And it was interesting that you don't often get that where 2 people are like making their case of why I should be the person to stay.
It's kind of uncomfortable to watch. It's like it's really anxiety inducing because you're watching these people in Tribal Council reckon with the fact that their dream may be about to end.
They did it. They did it nicely in a way that like they were not backstabbing each other, kind of thing, right? Like Emily didn't like really backstab against Brandon. He's horrible. Send him home, right? Or he didn't really do it to her that bad. So I feel like they did it kind of nicely to each other. So shout out to them and
To
Emily.
the priest
I
that
mean,
gave
we
me
talked a little
Power
bit about
Word
Emily,
Shield
let's
last
talk about
night.
Emily, 'cause
I
think
thank
she's
you for your
fantastic.
kindness.
The turnaround.
You are really what has made WoW feel like my favorite game again. The people like you. I was tanking 5 mobs at once, and if not for my Power Word Shield that you gave me, I would have died in 2 seconds instead of the 3 seconds it took for them to kill me. Although I'm dead, I still give you my everlasting thanks. Time to roll again, and this time, because of you, I'll play priest. That was my, Why are those guys hanging out together? That doesn't seem kosher. You have truly changed my outlook on this game and reminded me why I love this community so much. Where's the trail to get up there? What's up more? Can you like die?
Between episode 1 and episode 2,
I'm
it's
too
like,
far away.
oh my gosh, she's getting it. Yes.
Can you speak a little bit to the decision about that ultimately they had to make of like, okay, we have loyalty in Brandon. He's not going anywhere, but he's not helping us in the challenges versus Emily, who really had a great episode as well in the challenge, was really, really strong. But ultimately, like, we don't know where she stands. She's good now, but will she flip on us later?
I'm sorry, you need to win the challenges.
Are you having flashbacks? This is like, it feels like a similar situation that we had in our first.
Yes, but this is Survivor, so if you make it one tribal council, you have like new life, right? So anything could happen. So I do think she did a great job, and that's why she survived. I'm so sad to see Brandon go because we love him, right? It's so sad. It's like I wish I could have like 3 more weeks at least of him. So I'm sorry that happened, but it's the game. It's kind of hard, and they're both so lovely. So it was awesome to see them in the game for sure.
Is playing in the new era like any different part of that where you make that decision differently because of like, okay, it's small tribes and we ultimately are going to potentially just get wiped out? Like
that's what I'm thinking. You are not expecting a swap. So you're looking around and you're like, I'm stuck with these people. It changes your arithmetic a little bit.
And not only that, we saw how Sabaya found that hidden thing inside.
I think
like
they
got fire. Oh my god, that was pretty brilliant from production. Let me say it, right?
Yeah.
It's like they have no fire, let's give them this, and then they're gonna have to struggle with it.
Okay, but I think that's a great question of, okay, now I would think that production does not do that. That's not how they don't give an idol in wax to a tribe that they know has no flint and can't make a fire. I don't think that's how it works.
Well, but
I hope it is.
I
hope it is.
But it worked beautifully, right? Even if they didn't intend it that way, it's like, of course they were the ones getting that one.
Right. It was like it was like a Twilight Zone moment of like the one thing we don't have is a fire to get this idol.
Now I must say,
all the time in the world.
I must say, Rob, I love that at least I saw someone trying making fire with the glasses. Because last week I was like, they didn't show it, like at least try, right? So they gave us a quick snippet of them trying to make fire without the flint.
We got so many questions from the listeners. So everybody that's here, they sent in questions. We got so many questions of, could Sabaya have gone to Tribal Council and melted the idol at the Tribal Council with the torch in the fire?
That crossed my mind. Did it cross your mind? It's like, just hide a little bit, walk around, and then all of a sudden do it. But I'm pretty sure that may be against the rule.
I'm pretty sure.
Number 1 rule of hardcore: never go into caves. Even if you think it's not a cave, like this place, it's actually still a cave because there's only one exit. So, if you want to live, trust me, don't do any quests like this, even though they make up 45% of the game. Thanks for my Reddit post. Karma. I like in OG Survivor when the entire first episode was them trying to make fire. Call me water, call me G-Man. Water forgets the names of the drowned. Me
She
thrill.
just sits down, pulls it out of her bag, and throws it in the fire. She's like, I'm coming back for that later.
She's like toasting marshmallows out there.
Or just
I
put
wanna
it
go
in
get
your torch,
water.
right? Like you just, every person has a torch.
I'm
All of
thirsty
a sudden there, I'll
for
get it
water.
at the end because I know I'm not going home.
Mm-hmm.
That would be epic. Let's say it. That would be amazing.
That would be really fun. You know, I like the whole way that the idol was hidden. Like I thought that was
This
all
is an
really,
easy,
really
nice,
That was awesome.
I feel like that, you know, sometimes, like, I don't want to say that podcasters can be negative, but, like, I want to say that I really love how they've been using the 90 minutes so far.
Me
and
too,
so many
Rob.
fun moments, and so I was just really, really happy.
And maybe can we talk a quick second? Everyone telling everything, right? We saw Drew telling people. We saw Austin telling people. I was like, don't tell anybody.
That was so interesting.
I get why they're doing it. It was just interesting to see like everyone's spilling news like in this episode. So it was interesting to see it.
I kind of loved it. I thought it made sense for both Brandon and Drew because Drew has said that he, you know, knows that he's going to be perceived as a sneaky fella, so he wants to have this like loyalty forward appearance. And I feel like coming in and laying it all out there and saying exactly what happened, that's a great way to put your like loyalty foot forward. And then for Brandon, if he feels like
it's gonna bite him, I think, and I don't know the outcome. I think it will come back to him, but that's
One of
Heidi's
these things
speculating. I
killed
have no idea.
Summit.
Wait, that's what we want.
Not this area, but like Western Plague Lands.
We'll see what happens. I don't know.
Okay, well, let's see what happens when we bring some more people.
Yes, do it.
Okay, I want to bring up some of my friends from Survivor 43. Let's talk about Carla and Jesse.
Yes, Jesse's here.
How are you? What's up? All right, Carla, Jesse. God.
I'm gonna get that patriarch before
All right.
Pat's back here.
She stole my seat.
It's musical chairs. Okay. So, all right. How are you both doing?
I have a little bit of heartburn.
Yes. Yes.
Hello,
Okay.
hello, hello. I have a little bit of heartburn, but it might also be heartbreak.
Oh.
He was so ready for that one.
Oh yeah, I had that. That was yeah.
I think you're gonna say I have heartburn and I'm gonna play my shot in the dark tonight. So I wanted to talk to both of you. You both had the chance in your season to go on the journey, and you went to go to, as we call it, the Shipwheel Island. And tonight they changed things up. And I thought this was interesting, where we've seen like an evolution in the new era of the Shipwheel Island. Now again, small sample size. It's only been 4 seasons of the new era. But
safe for me to go all the
started
way
off,
back,
it was, okay, are you going to risk your vote? Are you going to just turn the wheel? Then last season,
Are you gonna risk your vote, or are you gonna turn the wheel?
And then, you know, that happens. And then...
We don't love that.
But now tonight, we have a little bit of, okay, you're going to do a challenge. And I thought that this was interesting, and I thought this was a step in the right direction. What do you both think as people who have gone on this trek?
Well, once again, I think I was in a very good position. And it's an incentive, right? A challenge. I could beat it. Could I not? I'm going to do it. So I can see why production. I love it. I love it. Would I have still risked it? No, because I was sitting comfortable, you know?
It was interesting when we got all 3 different outcomes. We got Bruce, who didn't do it. We got Drew, who did it and got it. And Brandon, who did it and didn't get it.
Venom
As
sack.
a noted challenge beast.
Venom.
I am not a fan of any more challenges, okay? That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
Pretty sure there's a boss up
I know
there.
you played when you went. Would you have done this puzzle?
I would have tried and failed.
Okay. I thought it was tough also. Like, I got the sense that I feel like that 3 minutes, I mean, this was not a gimme. This isn't like one of those get back in the Big Brother house in 3-minute challenges. Yeah, this was. I think they want. I think they wanted to see somebody fail. Sorry. Yeah, but I thought this was good, and you know what? I thought it was better than the risk your vote, turn the wheel. It was too confusing. Then pick your hand out of the bag. I think it was just random, and that's not fun. But this was, I thought, a good use of the time.
I actually liked when I went on my journey with Dwight and Gabler because I was able to listen to their reasoning. Or I mean, it could have been a lie, right? It could have been the truth. But at least I was able to go back and be like, this is what I can get. This is the information.
That person too. Do we think? What is the respawn time here, bro? Okay, stuff's back. I think so. I will stay near the entrance and clear instead of having to clear out.
I can get from folks instead of never knowing what the truth is, because you're in your own private booth or whatever, station.
Jesse, is it bothering you this one tribe can't make a fire?
It's funny because Jesse also can't make fire.
You got me.
You got me. Low blow,
No, get out of here,
low
Abercrombie.
Hey, I will say,
yeah,
we all love Emily.
Yes.
Right? Right? I just want to say, as a representative for season 43, we take full credit for any entertainment you get from Emily.
Yes. Yeah, well, because Emily, the legend is that Emily applied for Survivor
after season 43.
After somebody won your season.
After finale. Yes, so I'm very excited that we got to
You got her to get up off the couch and then and apply. So yeah, you guys get credit.
I think we should be invited to the reunion if they have one.
Should.
She saw me lose fire and she was like, I'm going to apply.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Franny, what did you think about the new way that they're doing
This
the
one's gonna
journey
give me a
this season?
sec.
I think it's interesting because so it's similar to last season. It's so interesting to me that the what they read on the little piece of paper, and the three of them show up, it feels kind of menacing to me. It's like, you better get to know each other or else, because this might come in handy later. But it's so funny to me that they have this moment where they're supposed to get to know each other, but then the little challenge thing has nothing to do with each other. So I kind of liked the earliest iteration where there was actually a point to speaking to the other people that you're on the journey with.
And you trust them.
Yeah, exactly. Because that makes it a social thing. But what I did like about this, as opposed to the freaking grab bag where you're just fighting whatever I get, I like that you are in some way relying on yourself. You have to make a decision based on if you think you can do this, and that's an interesting choice. It's so much more interesting than just reaching your hand into a bag. But I'm curious what people think about the different approaches that Bruce and Drew
3,000 yards.
Talking about their tribes, because it seemed like Bruce was very closed off, didn't really say a lot. Brandon was like, I'm just gonna tell you everything. I might as well. I don't know. It's good.
I think it's risky because Bruce
That's
did that, but then you still
2
have to go back and tell people your story,
hero
whatever
has
you decide
fallen.
you're gonna tell people. So you're still in a little bit in a pickle, oh, I didn't risk it, but people are gonna question it, right?
Well, and also, in terms of people talking to each other like those three, I don't know if you remember when Matt came back from his journey on our season, he told us immediately, he was like, Sarah Wade and Lauren are playing the game hard. He was like, they didn't tell us anything. So I felt wary of those two because he told us that they were very closed off. So I'm worried that same sort of thing could happen to Bruce.
Yeah, Carla, did you have that experience with when you went in the first episode?
I mean, it's hard, right? I feel like I love the truth, but I also love a good lie. And if you can lie to people and they believe that shit, you feel the power. So I'm a big advocate for lying on the show. Because you can play with it, but there's aspects of the truth that you want to tell. It depends on the vibe, right? I thought of Dwight as such a powerful person out there, but I wasn't gonna be he's the next threat because I want to keep my avenues open. But a good lie is a good lie. I don't lie.
Truthfully.
I'll lie, but I'll make up a good lie. That's from Sandra Winter of
That's
Survivor
the hard
Season
part,
7
though,
and 20.
right? because he lied to my ass too. So.
I wanted to get your perspective on, we saw a little bit of what was going on at the Bello tribe. That's the blue tribe. And it seemed like that there's a couple different things going on. There's an all-women's thing. And then there's a couple of, there's Bruce and Jake, that they have a thing. And then we saw Bruce and Kelly. But it seems
And the buff.
Yes, yes.
Right, Brando?
Oh, Brando with the snatched waist and the buff. It was so good.
Yeah. We got where it seemed like, though, that it's Kelly and Brando in the middle between two sides. Jesse, do you have a sense of, like, which side is the better way for them to go?
Who's on each side? I forgot.
Okay, so you.
We have a whiteboard. Can we get like a...
Kendra, there was Kendra and Katura, and then on the other side was Bruce and Jay. And so really it seems like that Brando and Kelly are in the middle, and they could decide to go either way.
Well, Bruce hit his head last time.
And once upon a time, I feel like you were in a similar spot in the middle in your tribe.
Wait, what?
Number 3 deadliest, number 2 deadliest.
No, I don't know which way is best to go. I think that at least as somebody who was really good at playing the middle, I feel like you kind of got to feel it out. You got to just, there's no need to rush it, right? Like, they're not going to tribal. They are in a very strong tribe at this point, it looks like. Just feel it out, and when the last-minute scramble is always important.
And to that as well, I feel like it's so easy on
Gonna run
Survivor,
on the
especially
road.
in the beginning
However,
where you're trying to figure out your place in your
I'm
tribe,
really
who
scared
you
of
like, who you
Horde.
don't. It's so easy to get in an alliance in a group and then assign the people not in that group as the enemy. And be like, this is my alliance, this is who I'm with, and those are the people that I'm not with. And I love that Kelly and Brando are specifically fighting that desire, right? They feel solid in their group, like with the women, but they're like, we are going to put in the effort to make relationships with Jake and with Bruce, because you need to be flexible, you need to have options. So I love that they're positioning themselves so well and not just falling into this, it's like the girls and this is what's gonna work, and Bruce and Jake are on the outside. Yeah.
No need to pick sides right now, but also
I agree with
Team
that.
Kelly.
Wow.
Wow.
The shirt? Yeah.
Oh.
I just farted.
Okay.
I had a smile on my face and this T-shirt behind my back.
Yes. Wow, does everybody from Survivor 45 have merch?
Say that again?
Does everybody from Survivor 45 have merch?
I don't think I do. I would not make my own merch, but my sister would make
Yeah, where was all the Survivor 43 merch?
There was a Survivor 43?
What
tell
merch,
Jeff.
What merch would you have had, Jesse?
A pillow and a blanket. Carson beat me.
Carla, what about you?
Honestly?
Yeah.
Like,
Yes?
a vibrator?
Yes.
I knew she was going to say that.
What would it be called?
I don't know what it'd be called, but that would have been amazing.
The joy? Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is related, and I need to talk about it. Does anybody's? I'm sorry.
Is it Kendra?
Yes! I've never had such a visceral reaction to anything I've seen on a TV show than when Kendra fell off that balance.
Oh my God.
My legs snapped shut. Oh my God, that
Yes.
was horrible.
Yes.
Horrible.
Yes.
Are they gonna show us more next time? Like, she's gonna be like, just look, like it's really bad.
I wanted Jeff to be like, can we get medical to look at Kendra's crotch? Like, is she okay?
Bring us back, Rob. Come on. We took a turn there for a second.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Heidi's
Yeah.
not comfortable.
Yeah. All right. So on
She's
that
an
note,
old lady.
all right. I got to bring some more people up, and I'm out of chairs. Okay.
They can stay here.
Okay. All right. So let me bring up two guys that we got to party with last night. Of course, they go on tour around all of North America. Please welcome in the great Bryce and Wendell.
Dude, I like Bryce and Wendell. Let's go, baby.
Yes.
New Jersey boys.
Baby boy. Yeah.
I love you.
All right. Yeah, come on in.
Okay.
All right.
I'm sitting next to Jesse.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't sit next to me. I don't want to at all.
I mean,
Okay, actually, I'll walk off.
Yeah.
But before I go, I just have to give a quick shout out to Sabaya. I really wanted to talk about this. There was this,
Sit down.
I have to sit my ass down. Okay,
Yeah.
I have to say this, though. When you feel power, right?
Yeah.
And I saw Sabaya's, like, demeanor change because when you're, like, doubting yourself or not, when you have control, I saw that smile. And I just want to notice it. I want to shout it out, and I want to support. Because
And you know how Sabaya is feeling it? Wendell, she had the toothpick.
She had the toothpick. Yeah, shout out to the toothpick.
The toothpick.
But it's scary to have power too early in the game also. A taste of power early is sometimes,
Is that
I don't
Team
know.
Bruce
Yeah.
or Team Bryce shirt?
Okay. All right. Baby boy.
Hello.
What?
Bryce won Survivor Season 28.
Yeah.
Beauty Tribe.
What do
First
you think
vote.
about these supersized
Tribe.
Survivor episodes?
I love them. Honestly, truly, I love them. But I feel like we've been talking about a lot, right, up here. But I feel like we need to talk about the challenge.
The challenge?
Challenge, real quick, and not the USA. I'm talking
Yeah.
about Survivor Challenge,
Not the
okay?
challenge.
Because I
USA.
thought I loved D already. But when
What was I? I was going to look up the Challenge USA for some reason today, and I don't remember why. Now I need to remember before I turn this back on. The Challenge USA had some really hot chicks on it, but that wasn't the reason I wanted to look it up. God, what did it have to do with? The flats have been spotted. Honestly, this was the, well, this zone kind of sucks, but whatever. It was Cataclysm ruining this zone is sad. However, I did enjoy this farming in this zone. On retail. Why did I want to look up the Challenge USA? Huh. I don't know.
she got on that balance beam, I said, "What's in them pants?" And her strong toe held on to the balance.
Okay. Yeah.
The toe.
Yeah.
Show me your toe.
Okay. So we got
Not for free.
And again, this is the kind of stuff we're not getting this
Looking
in
for
a
tank and
60-minute
heels,
episode. About
RFK.
D's toe. Okay. All right. So we found out that D has an incredibly long
Strong.
appendage.
It's a strong toe.
Long and strong.
Robert.
She picked up that read.
Robert. I mean, I know this is the biggest crowd ever. It goes far.
That she has a toe that is very, very long. It's like a thumb, and it could pinch you.
Yeah. Say a toe is a toe. I don't know if you. It seemed like her toe was like an inch further than the other toes, right? Something like that. Am I right?
She has like a superpower.
Yeah. Is this like an evolutionary advantage? She's progressed to the next level, and we're all back here.
Wait until you see me in these balance challenges. They gave her a balance beam, and she aced it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the balance beam, D. Okay. I'm just saying. Jesus. Sorry. Bryce Isaiah, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Bryce, she came out here and was ready to show off the superpower. She said, "Hey, take my sock off. Look at this."
Listen.
Off and away.
A hero has fallen.
Longbeard sent you with a load of helmets. Hooray. Now maybe we can talk a pilot into driving our car.
Ow.
How are you? With all the races they're running here, it's no surprise that a few mishaps happen along the way. If you look around the shimmering flats, then you'll see evidence of past crashes. Scraps of rocket car parts are littered everywhere, and those parts are worth money to the gnomes and goblins. They're always looking for more contraptions to slap onto their cars. So go out and get me parts. Bring me a heap and I'll pay you well.
I have so many designs for our rocket car, so many, and I must try them all. I'm working on a new type of fuel, one that burns really, really, really hot. I haven't gotten the mixture perfect, but I think I know what I need. The scorpids who wander the Shimmering Flats have a venom with lots and lots of salt in it. It's very unique, and it's just what I need. Bring me venom, and trust me, our car will fly. My brother is working on a new fuel for his rocket car. He's brilliant. He really is. So brilliant that I think that new fuel he's designing is strong.
Oh my God! Look how beautiful that is.
Chassis. I want to reinforce its fuel
What a
tanks
beautiful
before that
zone.
happens. The tortoises out in the flats have very hard shells. I want to use them to create new tanks for our rocket car. Tanks that can hold my brother's new fuel. You look
Coming through
responsible
turn
enough.
one.
Will you get me those shells?
When it comes to racing, every bit counts. Whether it's a minor tweaking on the power output, a slight slackening on the tension coils, or lightening the weight of the frame, you have to take everything into account.
A hero
we use
has
vulture
fallen.
bones for a lot of the minor structural tweaks we make to our racers, which offer the perfect balance of strength and weight.
I need
Even
a
better,
shopper.
It's easy for us to get more, as the salt flats are littered with vultures. Bring me some and I'll give you a good price on them.
After the big crash with the Goblins' Red Thunder Racer and a Basilisk, Kronkrider hired me on to take care of the track. I don't know what all the animals out on the flats are feeding on to grow so big, but we have to be careful to thin them out so they won't wander onto the track when a race is going on. Tell you what, if you want to go out and make a little profit, go out and remove the basilisks from the
A hero has fallen.
Seeing you.
Seeing you. Killing vultures, turtles, basilisks, and looting car parts on the ground. I need 5 different item slots. This is awesome.
Don't put it on the door.
This
Take
is
it
an
off.
awesome
But no.
quest.
But also,
yeah.
during the challenge, we also just have to give credit because I feel like Austin in the air. I said, "Oh my God."
Yeah.
It was giving Zaddy 2025. I don't know. Do you all agree? Oh, okay. All right. I'm not sure. I'm so okay.
Can I just say that going back to the D's toe, okay? I feel like I'm wondering, like, is Survivor like pulling out all the stops here of like, is this going to like on the foot dark web? Like, is this bringing a lot of the new audience?
Survivor said we lost a lot of money lighting up the Empire State Building.
Yeah.
We need to make it back.
Listen, look, some people are selling pillows. You can sell feet pics at this point.
Yeah.
There's a market.
I took a screenshot. Okay.
I love the toe because that's one of those moments.
Okay.
I love the toe because that's one of those moments. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Were we supposed to move on? I just have to say, that's one of those moments where, like, they're laying in the shelter, they're talking about her toe. You never think that's going to be on the show.
Right.
You never. And for Dee to get to watch that and be like, oh, okay, we're rolling with it. It's so good.
Yeah. I'm willing to bet that she's probably going to be good at other challenges because of this long toe. So, like.
Yeah. Well, really, she shouldn't have told people because now they know she has an unfair advantage.
Yeah. If we get that one where they have to like,
Yeah.
forget it. It's over. When she has to go get the flag at the end.
Sorry, Rob.
Forget it. It's over.
Sorry. A lot happened.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah. What did you make about in this episode, Caleb trying to bring Emily back into the fold?
Still recharging.
I think that was a great political move. I was very impressed with Caleb. I think he's playing a good game. And yeah, great political move. You don't want to alienate anyone out there. And yeah,
A hero
and
has
it
fallen.
worked. I mean, they're working together, and we'll see how far it goes. So I didn't hear it. Caleb was working with who? Emily. Who? One of my favorite players, Emily. No. You know it's Emily. Okay. Sorry. Yes.
You know, all right, so Bryce, that we talked about this when we did It's a Look, but that when Emily went through casting, they told her, oh my God, your test scores are the same exact personality type as Chaos Cass. And then we've seen it play out, and guess who else was on the wrong side? Like, things didn't go the way of the first vote, and then got their way in the second episode.
Tell me more.
Yeah. Do you see it?
Oh, absolutely. I see it from the get-go. And again, Chaos Cast has played how many times? And how far has she made it? Something I can't talk to.
Yeah. Now, do you see any differences between Emily and Cass?
I see a lot. I feel like, Emily's a little younger. But when I see Emily, I feel like it just takes me to work, right? Like, I wish when I'm responding to my emails at work, I wish I had a little Emily. Because I feel like, when my supervisor is like, hey, did you get this? I feel like Emily be like, per our last email, what I said was, I'm going to get it to you when I get it to you. Thank you, Emily. Like, that's from what I see from Emily. She's truly a star.
She is. She's on top of her stuff. I love when she's having that emotional moment and she goes, "Oh, the tide's coming out." Like she's like, we gotta make a note of this right now.
Referring back to the last email that we had.
Do you think that tribe can turn things around, Wendell?
Does anyone in the audience think that tribe can turn things around?
Yes, yes.
I don't know, because I feel like that the 4 people that are there, like, are not bad, where it's like, okay, well, if Brandon was holding them back in the challenges, now it's their 4 against another 4. Like, I don't think that's crazy to think that they can win now.
I'm looking at the other tribes, and I think that they're pretty strong. And so, as much as I want to root for the yellow tribe,
Yellow
strong. Okay, yellow strong.
Look at what happened with Vessi. Vessi was pretty down for so long, and then Baka and Coco just faltered.
You can get complacent when you're winning. You're expecting it, and then the next thing you know, these people who feel like they're the underdogs and have this fighter spirit could come back. I think they can.
So, last season with the Tika 3, they were the minority coming into past the merge, right?
Right.
So I'm saying something like that could happen for sure. I just don't know how confident I am in this tribe winning too much.
Well, I also feel like the yellow tribe has Sean. Right, and I don't feel like we've heard enough about him, and I feel like if you watch his preseason interview, like I watched his preseason interview, I feel like Sean gonna be cutthroat, and he's watching, and I feel like he's playing the middle so much that I feel like I can't wait until
the last time I did this quest, I was like, I'm not gonna kill. Wait, I thought this guy was level 35. There's some of these turtles that are just absolute fucking tanks, and I was like, I'm not gonna deal with them if I can avoid it. So they take hours to kill.
We've seen it a little bit.
I mean, just a little bit.
It's starting to happen.
Get a stack of 30 rocket
toes. We just saw the pink.
And Franny, and they didn't see your season where the Tika 3 did go on to do what they did. And so, you could see a few people could come out of this group and could also get slept on at the merge.
Absolutely, they're not attuned to it, and players are so influenced by what they watch right before they go on, and so I think that it's makes a huge difference that they have not seen.
Can we talk a little bit about? So there was a really interesting moment. By the way, I thought the tribal council was great. I try to give praise when if they do something good, and I felt like that this was a really good tribal council, and it wasn't tell us if you were in the box of crayons, what color are you right now? They got into, and Jeff told some backstory. But do you feel like that this was an essential part of Jeff Probst's origin story? The Jeff Probst wanted to be on the basketball team, and then they said, no, you don't make the cut, but you can live vicariously through the success of all these great athletes.
Jeff has waited 45 seasons to tell that.
It's true. It's true, Franny.
You saw it in his eyes. He was like, it's coming. It's time. He was so psyched to tell that story.
While we were watching the episode, Wendell was like, well, at least you got to do the water. Wendell had to get the towels. You were the towel boy, right?
I'm a hooper. First of all, I'm a hooper.
Towels.
I was wondering if that's a true story from Jeff, though. I'm like, was he really a water?
Do you think he made that up? Why?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't think
really
I can see it.
I think he made it.
Original Bobby Boucher. That was some good quality H2O.
I guess
so. We got a single-hearted tortoise shell.
The H2O.
Bruce is like, I get those references.
Can we talk about Bruce real quick? Yes. Oh my God.
Yes.
Okay. You thought Beyonce was on the Renaissance tour, okay? Bruce is on the Fiji World Tour. When he got on that boat and said, hit him with
It's
the...
just, literally listening to these people.
Can you
It's
show us that
no
again, Bryce?
fucking.
He said, hit him with the... I said, oh.
Duh, they got
and
picked
I just
for this
knew
show.
when Bruce, first of all, shout out to Brucey wherever he is.
Wherever he is.
Uncle Dad, okay? Because he like, I'm the cool uncle. But he got to that decision. He said, well, the logical thing is if I have a family, I can't take the risk because I got to get back at home, so I'm not going to play it at all. I said, oh, okay. Bruce ain't going to play the risk. But he said, hey, Uncle Bruce. I just said that, but... but just shout out to Bruce.
Shout out to Bruce, wherever you are, my man.
Yes.
Doing great. Okay. All right. I got to get to another guest here. So, all right. I'm going to need
Bring us Michelle.
to give
She's probably
a
in
big
Italy
hand
now.
to, please welcome from Survivor 42, Mike Turner is here.
Mike is here. He is in New York.
Mike, how are you?
If Tony's at this show, it would be insane.
Big dog.
Mike Turner.
Was that a good episode or what?
Yes. Yes, Mike, so nice to have you here. How are you doing?
Life is good, man. It's on the other side of Survivor, life is really good. I'm having a lot of fun with this.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, I'm on the back nine, and the back nine's doing good.
Nice. Mike, so the Beware advantage is back. And so what do you think about these new Beware advantages that are very complicated?
I gotta tell you, I like it a lot. It's better than saying dumb phrases that you have no idea how you can fit them in. At least you get to work with these new Beware advantage by trying to figure something out on your own.
Phrases are so
and you know, with the Beware advantage, we get a lot of slack. I get a lot of slack saying, why'd you tell people? Why'd you tell people? Well, you know, you have a tribe of 6, and
I wonder
you
if
lose
I
your vote,
die
and you
from
have an
getting hit
alliance,
by the race
and if
car.
the first time they find out you lost your vote out of the tribal because you didn't tell them.
Wait, hold on. Tiffany Seeley is here. Tiffany.
We are at a reunion show, and none of these fools are stuffing their face with pizza like we had
I
to.
farted.
So
wait, what?
We're gonna eat.
No, there's no pizza.
You can sit down
There's
because
no pizza on the
Jeff Probst is a
podcast.
water boy, but I'm season 41, and now I'm a pizza girl. So
No, this is not the reunion show, Tiffany.
do you all hear me? Because my voice is very low, so I just want to make sure you hear me. Just so you know, I'm gonna walk across the stage for a minute. I really want to sing, but I suck. Just so you know, I was told about, like, I don't know, 4 hours ago that I was going to be delivering pizza instead of sitting on the panel. It was like, hey, we have a really good idea for you. I was like, oh, God, what? They're like, you're going to deliver pizza. I was like, oh, that's a really good job because... Well, because, you know, the reunion show, they gave pizza. So, just so you know, I thought maybe I'd be sitting on the panel, but clearly I'm not, which is fine.
You can have this chair, Tiffany.
Because, no, it's good. I like to stand here with this 150-pound pizza on my left arm. But the point was, oh, no, I got
Oh, you better be careful, my big toe.
Tiffany, come sit.
Whoa.
Yeah.
No, you told that. Oh, that was that. Are there any children
I'm
in the audience
lagging.
before I get extremely inappropriate? No
Is
children?
this,
Okay,
is
cool.
this a merge feast? Can just we
This is no.
Just the merch feast.
Does this not work? Because this is annoying me. I can't.
All I know, the last reunion pizza I had was not.
Hello. Oh my God, I'm loving this. I don't know what he just said, but this is fantastic. This mic is so much better. I can hear myself fantastically. I'm just telling you. So I'm
honestly
not even
say
finished
I'm
with my
not
story, by the way. So, wait, hold on. I need to. I mean, look at that muscle. Okay, so here's the thing. Since I was told so late that I was going to be delivering pizza, because I teach adult ed at night. Where's the? And you should clap for that. So I teach English language learners, right, to speak English. You're gonna freaking eat. You're an animal. You know that? You really are a fucking animal.
Mike, this is frowned upon.
Okay, so what I was going to say was if I knew I was going to be standing in front of I don't know how many people, I probably would have worn the underwear that doesn't show the lines because this one does. So thanks, Rob. Yeah, I just wanted to let them know that I know that you can see my underwear because everybody looks at shit like that and they act like they don't. But I know there's some of you out there like, oh my God, she has underwear lens. And also,
Tell the
she's
truth.
a
Was
lot
anybody
thinner.
looking? Come on.
Right?
Give it
Okay.
up if you were looking.
They totally were. they totally were. Okay,
sit down. Sit down.
Oh, you want me to sit?
Yes.
Sure. Why am I sitting? This is your spot.
Can we talk about the
giving you
show,
my spot. I'm not done
please?
talking.
Not your
One more
stupid
thing.
monologue.
Where's Kendra?
I think she's at her house. Yeah.
Finally, I got the freaking
Yes.
show.
Balance beam. You fucking took my spotlight, man. It was bad. It was bad, but that my vagina died out there. So I'm pretty sure that we can sit Shiva for both of ours tonight.
I don't know.
Just saying. You're welcome for that inappropriateness. You know when I come up here, you're in big trouble.
Trouble.
Yeah.
Trouble.
Okay. I'm done now. Those are my wonderful
You want some pizza?
No, I'm not going to eat in front of a million people like I already did.
By the way, everybody,
enough.
Tiffany is like this all
Cannot
the
stand
time.
this. Stop
All the
talking,
time.
lady.
Mike's no better, but whatever. He plays like he's like much better than me, but whatever. Final 3, whatever.
Mike, I want to ask you about the Beware advantage.
Oh, my.
You might as well ask Tiffany. She's going to answer my question anyway.
Well, what was your question?
What's my question?
So I wanted to ask you about, okay, so this wasn't the Beware advantage. This was the advantage that Drew got when he came back and told everybody, hey, I have the safety without power advantage. Did you like that he told everybody what he got?
No. I actually think you should keep everything secret until you have to tell people. Remember, your secret is best kept to yourself. If you tell one person out there, you think they're going to keep it a secret. But before long, everybody knows about it. And quite frankly, it's a disadvantage. Believe me.
Yeah, no shit, but like...
Tiffany?
That was so fucking deep, I don't even know.
I disagree.
I don't know where to go with that.
disagree with his point. I mean, I
Are
agree,
you
but
saying
that...
when you tell somebody a secret, that's a bad idea because it gets to somebody else? Because you said a lot of words there, and I'm pretty sure all you said was, don't say a secret because it gets around like wildfire. It's kind of like telephone. Just...
I'll tell you the secret.
That was... Mike and I have 3 brain cells that we rub together every once in a while. And sometimes we come up with really good shit, and we're like, we should podcast on this. This is hysterical. And then we're like, did you eat this morning yet, Mike? Because I'm hungry, and I think...
Tiff, tell them the Pooh story.
What?
Tell them the Pooh story.
The what story?
No.
Pooh, Winnie the Pooh.
Oh,
Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah, you were talking about IQs and stuff, and Mike's like, oh my God,
A hero
my
has
IQ was
fallen.
like Tigger's. And I was like, wow, mine was like Eeyore's. And then you have like Franny and all these brilliant people, and I'm like, I went to SUNY Cortland, not that that's bad, but like, I'm on a tribe, and they're like, oh yeah, I go to Harvard, I got my SUNY Cortland. I'm a teacher, thank you very much.
Shout out to SUNY.
Shout out to SUNY. But anyway, yes, that has no bearing on anything. Mike's just being Mike. It means nothing.
So, safety without power.
I'm still lagging, so I literally could be dead right now.
I actually liked what Drew did, because I feel like if you're going to tell anybody that you have something, like, tell them that you have, like, the worst advantage ever, which is safety without power. Because, I mean, really, it's like...
Increases your chance of block attacks with your shield by 6%.
No.
After being the
Yeah,
victim
Franny, what
of
do you
critical
think?
strike.
Sorry, I'm deep in this pizza.
I know, I'm watching.
That's why it's frowned upon.
Yeah, safety without power is an interesting one. I think that of all the types of
hero
advantages,
has
that's
fallen.
actually a really interesting one to give to somebody else, especially if other people don't know that you have given them this advantage. Because I feel like safety without power kind of makes people angry at you because you just get to say peace out. And so if you have that advantage, you don't feel like you need to use it. You give it to somebody else. Now, not only are you maybe protecting somebody who you want to stay, but all the heat's going back on them. You know, that person is getting yelled at for not voting, and you get to be like, whoa, they had that advantage? I had no idea.
I thought that was a really interesting idea from Drew that, hey, if one of us needs it, we can share this. Any of you can have it, because when we saw in Winners at War, Jeremy used it and everybody was mad at him, and they wanted to vote him out, right? Like, why, Jeremy? Why'd you leave? We were trying to vote you out.
Yeah, is this one on? Is this on now?
See, I don't feel like it is. And just for the record, you asked me a question. I wasn't even here for the first 45 minutes of the show, so I didn't know what the hell you were talking about. But anyway, holds, please. You need this.
Sorry.
Give me that.
I think in Winners at War that season.
Just checking.
On?
This one's very good.
A hero
Yeah, I think.
has fallen.
Watch
Stop cutting Wendell's mic on the booth.
Sorry.
What's up with that?
Is this? This one? Wendell.
You know what?
Who was the first merge boot on Winners at War though? Because I don't really, I can't remember. I don't know. I be trying.
I made the merge 2 times right.
But after tonight, I think we've seen that sometimes the real legends are the pre-boots, okay? Shout out to Brandon, all right?
Bryce, here's your merge feast.
Thank you, though. I'm gonna take it,
As far as Jeremy, yeah, I think I guess I was on the edge at that time. But
you were.
It kind of.
That wasn't me. That was you.
Yeah, my mic was really hot there.
I think it looked kind of weak with Jeremy leaving. Yeah, that's my guy, but you know, as an outsider.
He has a big toe too, right?
Yeah, his toes are something crazy, yo.
Whoa.
There's no innuendo there, Bryce.
A big
okay, well, in the challenge where we had to hold the pole.
Oh,
okay,
tell us more.
In that challenge, his toes were like really holding on.
Oh, wrapping around?
Yes, D would be great at it. D's toe would go all the way around.
Oh.
I'm just saying.
Okay, she could grip it. But real quick, Robert, can we talk about the unsung hero of this episode? Or I really feel like that I need for my dating apps, right? I feel like J. Maya, the way she was reading that algorithm, girl, can you read my love life algorithm? Find me a man. She was like 2, 3, he right here. He in the 3rd row back there. Hello, okay, J. Maya, call me. We need to figure that out. But I was like, how you
vulture
reading that?
bones are really making me feel good.
I think she did. She said his name was Tony.
Oh my God, it fills a spot.
Okay. All right.
You need this one?
Yeah. All right. So we may need to clear the deck here. I got one more grouping that we got to bring up.
I think I'll clear myself.
Yes,
all right.
please get her off the stage.
I'm gonna clear.
We're gonna bring up a group. Okay. Let's start. Let's hear from the new generation of Survivor players. Okay.
How did
Let's
these
hear
just
from.
all
We've got
die?
Dwight, Janine, and Maddie.
They turned for a second and they're dead.
I'm gonna give that. You want me to give this up? Because you know how I love to.
It's up to you.
I'm gonna give them this.
Okay.
So you can sit.
All right. Thank you for the delivery.
Did you like the delivery?
Yeah.
But I didn't get pizza. I'm eating pizza.
Slam donkeys.
No, are you
I'm
crazy?
going
I'm having it.
counterclockwise.
No, I'm leaving. I'm having pizza. I don't know about the rest of you.
It's Janine.
Okay. All right.
Took my pizza.
Dwight, Janine, how are you?
Hey, I have a question. Why are we the new generation if 40...
We're all new. We're all new.
Okay, all part of
No.
all 43, 44s.
New. Not as new, kind of old. It's fine.
Okay. Well, I wanted to talk with you all about. So
Go
we
take
saw
your fat
Bruce,
fucking turtle.
That he's Uncle Bruce.
I get the level 35 one. Great.
Katura is feeling a little bit like she's getting tired of Dad Bruce. I wanted to see from you all, how do you feel like Dad Bruce is doing?
May I speak?
Yes.
How many days are we into the game?
5.
12 on Ponderosa with Bruce. 12.
Yes.
That's hilarious.
Did you see the robot?
I've seen it all. I've seen Beyond the Robot. There's more to come.
That's awesome.
I mean, it seems like Katura said, everyone else is eating it up right now. So Katura seems to be reading like, okay, Bruce is gathering everyone else, like the charisma's off the charts, and everyone else is eating up. So it's like, while Katura is seeing this, the others aren't. So if she warns them, like, hey, Bruce is, has the charm you guys are all falling in love with it might put a target on Katura's back if they're all falling for this act in reality.
A hero has
so
fallen.
it's interesting if she chooses to,
press
against Bruce at some point and be like, maybe we should get him out, or if she kind of lays back and like lets him get the attention, lets him, charm everybody on the tribe.
Is there anything I should know
Janine,
about?
how do you think he's doing?
I think he's doing great. I don't think I've ever laughed so much in a 5-second clip than when he was dancing on the boat. That being said, my favorite scene, and I have a question actually, I'm curious as to what your thoughts are on this. My favorite scene from this episode was when they're having to decide who is gonna go on this journey, and the one clip of Brandon's like, okay, I'm gonna go, and Emily's like, it'd be really great, and they're like, I'm gonna grab my shoes. What if Emily were to just have made a run for it and like ran into the boat? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what if she just got in the boat? Like,
Who's gonna stop her? Yeah, she's just going.
She beat him to it. Like, she's in the thing.
Like,
The man's gotta take her.
I mean, you all would know. Does it have to
Speckle
be a
shell
unanimous
tortoise.
decision, or is it like first one to get in the
Well, it
boat?
really wasn't unanimous in this case. She didn't want that to happen.
These are the ones I need to
Majority
kill.
rules, and if she gets on the
Then
boat,
I thought was the majority, yeah. So.
if she gets on the boat, is anyone going to be bold enough to say get off?
Right.
But the-
Or like, would Bruce like push her off? Or sorry, would Brandon push her off? Like, that's not gonna happen, you know? Man over deck.
Yeah, that would be so great to see.
Yeah. That would be the layer of drama that I think I'm needing from the next season of Survivor.
Yeah, that would be great. What do you think about Brando wearing the buff?
Rob,
Iconic.
I am a witch.
Yes.
Did anyone listen to me and Rob on Monday?
Yep.
Rob, unbutton the shirt. Let's see. You hold up your end of the deal?
What do you want?
I want you in a buff top.
I don't. Does anybody even have a buff? It's not even.
Who has a buff? Get the man a buff! Yeah!
Of course someone has a buff here.
Wow. I'm like Drake.
Rob, please.
Okay.
You can go backstage. We'll hold it down. Go ahead.
we got it.
Take your time.
He's got an undershirt on. He's a never nude.
Everyone say thank you, Maddie.
New one. That one's for you, Jenna and Heidi. Get naked on a snack. What do I do now? I'm stuck like this.
Did not go how I expected.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Okay. I don't know.
But you look great.
You look amazing.
I don't know if this is a flattering look. Okay. Yeah.
Look great, Rob.
There's one item of clothing that never goes out of style. It's the buff, you know? For
Yeah.
years.
And it's indestructible. That's what we learned last week and tonight.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'll bring up a new topic of conversation. One thing when I was watching the episode, and my heart sank when I saw Emily give Sabaya the shot in the dark. As someone who has been a victim of giving someone something in
Yes.
Survivor.
Is she gonna get it back? Yeah.
We're joint victims here.
That's fair. That's a fair question.
Okay. We're both of us, especially if you felt the same way. But when I saw Emily giving Sabaya the shot in the dark, I was like, oh no, you're doomed. She's gonna take that. You're going
hero
home.
has fallen.
But like, okay, but it's not like she can use it.
I mean, we don't know. Like, did they say for sure? Like, if,
I don't know.
like,
Sabaya goes up there and she's like, I got 2 of these. Can I
I mean, like,
keep going?
the thing about, I think I talked about it last time when we had a Know-It-Alls podcast, but with each Survivor season, you have set a new precedent in a way. Like 44, that journey we talked about, the journey was nothing, I think, in that episode. And now this one, you have this precedent of giving a shot in the dark, and we don't know if it would be allowed to be played by Sabaya if, she voted Emily out, which I was really intrigued to see if it happened. But, in the future, maybe we see shot in the dark being used as currency a bit more now that this has happened.
We're seeing shot in the dark used in so many interesting ways. I mean, like on 44 with, like Matthew using it to... Okay, yeah. Maddie's favorite player, Matthew. But I think it's interesting that people are realizing, like, okay, the shot in the dark thing is, like, not so wonderful. It doesn't give you a super great chance. Maybe I can do something else with it. I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
I like Emily giving her shot in the dark to Sabaya because what's so great about Survivor and just watching the show tonight, I was like, this show fucking rocks, is that you're always on the brink of disaster or, like, heaven. It's like if that works, then Emily's in, and if it fails, then Emily's fucking gone. And that's what's so great about it. So good on you, Emily.
Well, it's also, I feel like it's wonderfully creative. Like,
Yeah.
she feels like she has nothing. She's looked for the idol. She hasn't found it. You just have to look in your bag and think, what the heck can I do with what I have? And she does something with it.
And it's like, she could play it, right? She could take the 1 in 6 shot, but this is like where, she works in investments. And she's like, okay, well, what's more likely to work? The 1 in 6 chance that I play the shot in the dark, or whatever odds that this helps, like, pull people, hey, you can trust me. Like, here's the thing. Like, I think it was a really smart play. I really like that.
I also think, like, beyond the actual numeric statistics of that, it's just like the idea of, oh, I'm gonna do something with what I have. Like, it's the feeling like you have agency and power, and for her to say, yeah, it's probably even less likely that the shot in dark will work, but I am also actively choosing to use this and leverage it in a way that I feel like at least gives me like the result. I was the author of the result, you know?
It's offensive as opposed to defensive. Like you're setting yourself up for the potential of something good as opposed to just defending against the near certainty of something bad. I think that's really cool.
I agree. I think there's like two kinds of survivor players. There's an offensive survivor player and a defensive survivor player. And in life, there's two kinds of people. There's a kind of normal people and people who lie about being a water boy.
You can do it. Okay. All right. Franny, was there anything that we missed from this 90-minute Survivor episode?
I feel like there's so much we haven't talked about. I feel like we haven't talked much about the Reba tribe yet.
Yeah. Yes, I love Reba.
Let's talk about them. They're fun.
They're stacked. They're wonderful. They seem really great.
They're hot.
We're starting to see a dynamic to the tribe with Julie creating like a 4-person alliance, right? It was Julie, Drew,
yeah.
Austin and
D.
Right. So I'm interested to see where that goes going forward. I know in the premiere we had Sifu looking out for the idol, and that might have put him on the out somehow. And I really like J Maya going at the board immediately, trying to figure out the clues. Like it looks like weird symbols when the top half of the letters and the bottom half is really what, you can kind of figure it out from the bottom half alone, but the top half is just gibberish. So I'm impressed she looked at it for that long because I would have lost my mind. What am I looking at? What's being thrown at me?
I love that she did that. I would have looked at that and been like, cool pattern. Like, I never would have thought to
Lovely
do something
design.
with it.
Okay, well, we're starting to run out of time here tonight, so we got to start to wrap things up. Anything else that you all want to talk about from this episode? Maddie?
Can we get another round of applause for the number 1 17th place of the new era, Brandon Dollar?
Yeah. Wherever he is tonight, hope he knows there was a room full of people cheering for him. All right. Let's bring everybody back. Come on up one more time. Thank you. Thanks, man. Yeah, give it up for everybody that was here tonight. What a great panel. This was a super fun live show. Franny, thank you for doing such a great job here.
Thank you.
Wasn't Franny great?
Suck it, slam dunkies.
We've got a lot more podcasts coming your way. I know there was still a lot to talk about from this episode. That's what the other podcasts are for. Of course, check out, Shannon and Marianne filled in on the know-it-alls tonight. Did a great job, so listen to that one. I'll have an exit interview coming up on Thursday with Brandon, so we'll hear whatever he thinks about all this. And then we've got everything else coming up. Make sure you subscribe to our Survivor podcast feed for all of the shows. Thank you so much, everybody, from New York City. Good night.
I need some joy in me.
Night.
Inventory is full.
Well, it's that time of year again, and by that time of year, I mean September, which is the month before Worlds, and yet we're already going to be talking about off-season and 2024 because that's how the news cycle works, and I am beholden to the news cycle in order to sustain my business, and you all are beholden to it in order to sustain your interest. So that's what we're going to be doing here. In this notebook, everybody always asks what I'm holding. I take notes from here, and that's what I'm going to be talking about. Some crazy predictions for 2024 and for this offseason. None of them are going to be roster related, well, directly roster related. I'm going to talk broadly about the way that I see the ecosystem going, so don't expect me to be like, oh, this player's joining TSM. So, yeah. Anyway, this video is brought to you by Alienware. You can check out their new Aurora sitting over there, but also you can check it out in the link below. I will shop it out more at the end of this video. Anyway, let's get into it. And by get into it, I mean these are my gut instincts, okay? These are not things that Travis is officially reporting. Do not go on Reddit or Twitter and said, Travis said this is going to happen. These are just me sort of throwing things out there, and then we can sort of see how I did at the end of this year or the beginning of next. Prediction number 1. There will be 2 new teams in the LCS. I almost said 3. Anymore. I could say 3. I feel like there's a good chance there's 3, but if I say 2, then it looks better if there's 3 than if I say 3 and there's only 2. And I think TSM will almost certainly be one of them.
Hey everyone, Travis here, just chiming in to say that we actually did record these before the Shopify news came out. In fact, it was the day before the Shopify stuff came out, so there's like some references to like, oh, what's going on with TSM or whatever. Just know that that's because we did that. But most of the video still, well, the vast majority of the video still holds up, so there you go.
That's kind of cheating. They've already said they're planning on leaving, but I'm very confident now that they are going to be leaving the LCS. And I'm going to expand on this one by telling you 4 teams that I think it won't be by using common sense, which we can all use. C9, Team Liquid, FlyQuest, and NRG, I think. Fly and NRG just bought in. They're not going to be doing anything different. I think C9 and TL, they're not looking to do anything.
100
so
Thieves
the
out, possibly.
5 teams here that I have probably leaving, not probably leaving, potentially leaving, are Immortals, Golden Guardians, Dignitas, EG, 100. If it was any of these teams, I would not be surprised.
I love that
and
one because it drops on every time.
Any of these teams and they stick around,
These
I would not be
Scorpions,
surprised.
bro.
So those are just the ones that I think it will be. If it's any of the other list, I would be very surprised. Number 2, I think Riot will make a major format change to the LCS. I think I won't like it. I think that they are kind of in this mode where like we got to change everything. You know, what was the Needham thing where he's like, you know, we got to change stuff. You can't keep things going the same. Yeah, I agree with that, but also you can't just change everything willy-nilly. But I think that they will look at the LEC format and they will say, hey, we think that one has some issues. And so they probably won't do that one. But they'll come up with some other one that I will think will be unnecessary. I don't know if we're going to best of 2s or best of 3s, or if we're going to do 4 splits a year and we'll only have one of those actually be. I have no idea what's up, but I am just expecting that they will make a major format change. It will probably not help. Number 3, I think that the LCS schedule will probably change and probably still be about just as bad as this year's, because I think they could look at this schedule that they put on and be like, okay, no one really liked it, it didn't work out really well, and instead of being like, hey, what about that schedule that nobody ever complained about that worked well, and doing that, they would be like, nah, we don't like that, we're going to do something different. So I don't know if that will be, they go back to 12, which was their original plan for this year. Needham in an interview with me had said they kind of felt like they should have done 12. I still think that's really goofy. I push really heavily against it, but ultimately I think what this schedule change will do is we will either have we'll basically have some people be happy about it and some people be unhappy about it, and ultimately it'll be about the the same as this.
A hero has fallen.
Right, now, right? Where like if they move it to 12, suddenly some people on East Coast will be happier and West Coast people will be less happy or something. But I do not think that the schedule change they will make will be actually better for more people than the one that is happening right now. And I don't think that it's going to save the LCS viewership. I just don't think that that's what's up, because they don't understand that Saturday and Sunday for some reason. Number 4, prediction number 4. Some people will like this one, I think. I think there will be less import players. And then I will add on here that of the new import players that come in, I think they will...
Inventory is full.
Prediction number 4, and I think this will make some people happy. I think there will be less import players next year. I think teams are not going to shell out the same way they did, which also means that the import players that you do get will probably be ones that you maybe have not heard of before, or they're from less prestigious regions. Basically, think about it this way: we're going to spend less money on import players, which probably means both less import players and players that they have to spend less money on. So that'll be good or bad. I don't know. I mean, I definitely think it'd be great if there's more North American talent coming in, but also I worry because I think this year we already saw some sides of what happens whenever you try to find budget players from other regions, and it's not always the best. Number 5, and this is a big one. Everybody's talking about JoJo leaving Evil Geniuses. They're all like, "Oh, JoJo's leaving. JoJo's gonna leave."
I don't know about
I don't know
that.
where it's coming from.
Yeah, I agree. It's just weird ass C9 fans.
I haven't heard anything. And a quick cut in here because I recorded this a while ago. I was gonna post it this week, and now I'm pretty sure I already got this prediction wrong because of things that I've been seeing here. A little bit of movement.
Just gave me
I do think
blessing
that now my prediction as of this time is that JoJo will leave PG. So
wow.
We'll see how things go. Number 6.
Okay.
And I don't
Yeah,
want to get
Bailey. Why would you? Yeah, obviously. Like, why wouldn't he leave? Duh. Like, anyone who doesn't think that is stupid.
2024. I don't think it'll be Mr. Beast. Please don't comment Mr. Beast. I know. Anytime anybody says anything, they're like, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I don't think it's going to be Mr. Beast. But it could be Toast coming in.
I love this. I mean, this is kind of peaceful.
The lower section of the North American competitive scene. But you could see some other players too, or some other influencers come in and do something interesting, because I think there's a lot of conversation around this stuff. I think if you're right, you probably want something like this to happen. So I would not be surprised. Prediction number 7. I believe that there will be tons of roster turnover. And anybody who watches this channel talks about how much I think that actually damages the league when you have players moving in and out of the league, and or you have players moving between teams. That one I think is a little less of an issue than players moving in and out.
Gotta get my carrot on a stick.
The brand equity that you invest into that player within the league. That being said, I think salaries are going to come down. We've already seen some of that this year.
Do we think this one's going to say inventory full, can't carry anymore, or nothing?
Of a situation this year than they have previously. Overall, salaries are just coming down. But what that means is that, one, we have a ton of contracts that are expiring. In fact, I did a video here you can watch. If you missed it, you can go see which ones are expiring this year. But the other thing is, the contracts that are already going to exist are going to be contracts where the team is coming to them and saying, let's renegotiate. Like, we don't want to pay you what we've been paying you. We need to pay you less. And when that happens, it affords the player option to be like, well, I don't take that offer. And they say, okay, then we're going to cut your contract. And then they can go someplace else. Alternatively, you might see, and I think there's not too many of these players, but a lot of them have already left, but you might see some players that have been playing for a long time also leave, because if they're suddenly being offered half of what they've been making for the past couple of years, they might be like, I'm getting up in there in years, I've been doing this for a while, maybe the glory days of LCS are over, so I'll retire. So I think what that means is you're just going to see a lot of players maybe be like, all right, I'm going to leave North America, I'm going to go back to the region I'd played in previously, or that I grew up in, or you could see them saying, I'm going to retire. Or of the ones that do stick around in the LCS, I think they'll say, I'm going to go to the free agency market and see what's out there.
Don't use your foul magic on me, Beast.
Roster turnover. Also, I forgot to mention, because I think there's going to be new teams, anytime you have new teams entering the league, it also creates a lot of chaos.
I was there when it was written.
Those teams probably don't keep all their players. Maybe they get released ahead of time, ahead of the deal going on, or a new GM comes in with a new idea of what they want to build. So I just think it's going to be wild next year. And we've had a lot of crazy years, but this one I could see being maybe the craziest.
How was that?
All right, this last one is not a prediction. It's just a statement. Because I know that this is true. And so I was thinking about making it a prediction, but then that's kind of cheating. So I do think Riot is rebranding the LCS again. And I think they just did this a couple years ago when they made like a new logo and a new catchphrase and all that stuff. They've been working on another rebrand for a while. I think it'll hit in spring 2024, so you'll probably see a new logo. You'll see all this stuff. I don't think these are as important as everything else. I think companies tend to overvalue what branding does and what it means and all that stuff, but that's what Riot is doing, and we'll get to see it and experience it. Honestly, like, if you go look at the Disguised Toast stuff, like, they have branding, but it is clearly not something they are spending a ton of focus on, and yet people love that org for all these other reasons, and I think that's where I think Riot should be putting their effort. All right, so what does this all mean? Because some of this I feel like I'm kind of jaded on.
What's it all mean? What's the point?
I actually think there's a lot of really good things that can come out of this. I did this video a couple of weeks ago, I think, where I was talking about how chasing success and all that stuff led to a lot of issues with the league, and a lot of what I said there was that it was due to money. A lot of that money is going to wash out, and I think that's going to actually create, even if a lot of chaos in the short term, long term, I could actually see LCS being in a way healthier position if we start to see a return to sort of the spending and the culture and the mentality that was around in the league back in,
has fallen.
Say 2016, 2015. That stuff I think is going to help out a ton.
When you cross
On the other hand, you'll notice that whenever I said Riot's going to do this, I actually don't think it's going to help. I think that's kind of the funny thing. I'm optimistic for the LCS for a lot of the reasons that don't involve the decisions that Riot is making. If you look at everything they've done in the last couple of years, it's not really been great. I don't credit them too much for the broadcast changes, quite frankly, and everything else has been not ideal. I think they're going to continue.
Maybe I go Blessing of Wisdom, like the actual mana regen.
We'll see. Things to be positive on, things to be optimistic about, some things to be skeptical on. But how many of these will I get right? I don't know. You can come back and comment on this YouTube video later on and let me know. But other than that, please stick around and watch this outro. Thanks so much for watching that video. Before you go, I wanted to show off the new Alienware Aurora R16 desktop. You know, sharing a space with my roommate, it's always nice to ensure that I'm keeping things quiet while I'm working or gaming. And with its new improved airflow and lower acoustics, my apartment is quieter than ever. All of this while keeping max performance from the hexagonal vents that allow ambient air in. Get yours today at alienware.com/Travis.
Talking about some of the reasons that you see this, rather than trying to like tell you that you shouldn't like TSM, but at least explaining why, like, across the spectrum of esports, a lot of people have gotten kind of burned out or frustrated with dealing with TSM. And it's like, if Travis and Thorin and Azael are all on the same side of an argument, you know something's fucked. It's kind of the point that I would get to, is like, no one seemed to like TSM anymore except the fans and the people who still work there. Yeah. And even some of the people who still work there didn't. So like, there are a lot of things behind the scenes that happen to cause that. And you know, I think it's unfortunate that it kind of got that far, that like it turned so antagonistic, because you would prefer if it didn't. But I think for a lot of people, in some ways, this is even a good thing, I think. Because we've talked about the okay, you've lost the history, you've lost the
it's been 30 minutes.
Lost all this stuff. The nice thing is, let's face the fact they were checked out for the last year. Not the people working there. You know, I think the players were still working hard.
Easy, obviously.
It's Revan and stuff worked hard. Okay. But the team was not given resources.
They stay in Tortoise Land, it'll be
nice. Checked out from creating the same level of content that they used to, giving them the same resources, building the future of the LCS. They were trying to sell for over a year because they did not believe in the future of the LCS. You know what? Fair enough. That's your opinion. But if you're not going to build it with us, then like please get
That's
out
your
and make
opinion.
it for someone who still wants to be a part of this project. So I think in that sense, that's the positive angle, is that hopefully Shopify will
that's your
step up
opinion.
and do better.
Yeah, I mean, so we can talk maybe a little bit about the Shopify stuff. Okay, what did you think? What were your initial impressions when you heard that that was the organization that was taking the spot?
I don't know anything about it.
But so, what were your initial reactions?
Carry anymore.
You were just like a shrug. It looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shrugged when they showed up.
Better not be killing my
I've never used
Tauruses.
Shopify. Never, like I think I've heard of it.
You've definitely
maybe.
used Shopify.
I've never used Shopify.
Not as a. You've used it on the consumer endpoint.
How?
You've almost certainly bought, like I think you bought something probably through, you said recently you bought something off the Dragonsteel website. There's like an 80% chance that they use Shopify.
Oh, okay.
It's like if you want to set up your own store, a lot of people use Shopify.
So it's more like a business thing that's helpful.
It's e-commerce platform.
Yeah. Okay. Well then I guess I have used Shopify. I didn't know I was using Shopify.
Inventory is full.
Well,
the WordPress of online stores. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah, actually, that's a great comparison. Yeah.
Yeah. B2B. Yeah. So okay, cool. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I think for me, a lot of it is less about like what's the name, and like more like who's there. It's kind of the thing. I don't know who is the one who helmed this up, because we've seen before someone's really passionate about esports at a company like this, and they're like the sole person driving all of this interest in esports or something.
Yeah. If I recall, it is the owner of Shopify. Shopify's actually been in esports for a long time. They used to be in StarCraft, and then I think that they've expanded a lot in the last couple of years. If this is my limited knowledge of all, but I remember way back in the day they used to put on like, I think like Shopify events and stuff, or maybe they sponsored individual players. They have TLO. You didn't follow the
Yeah, no, I know TLO is. I've seen people talking about it.
That's all me.
Thankfully.
Yeah. I would describe my attitude towards Shopify Rebellion as like very skeptical. I think here's the thing. I was looking, and like in 2019, I think it was, EG, Dig, and Immortals all came in at the end of that year, or like beginning of that year. Like within like a 12-month period, those folks all.
Like 2018 had franchising. By the end of 2019, 2 years later, a bunch of new orgs had already.
Yes.
Inventory.
And I know there's a bunch of drama about EG. I think overall they put together really compelling rosters, did a lot of interesting stuff, but obviously there's a lot of people who are not happy with EG as an org, and I don't think anyone's happy with Immortals or Dig. And so I'm kind of at the point now where it's like,
sorry, I will not be
I'm
killing
gonna wait.
snappers.
Yeah, I default to, unless it is an existing org that I think like if Mr. Beast came in, I'd be very excited about it. Or if I'm trying to think of what esports orgs I would be excited about coming into the LCS. Is there any existing orgs that you could think of?
I don't really follow esports, so like,
I would like to see. And heroic, I would like heroic. Or no, we already have Astralis. Navi, there is a Navi. And heroic. Complexity. Come back, complexity. Fuck off. Uh-oh. Watch both of them drop the thing. And I only need one more.
Still recharging.
Did the first one. And look at this, I'm running straight to the, I was pathing to the vultures because I knew I'd be done soon. Wow, it took me less than 45 minutes since when I thought it would. Abercrombie, you did not. Stitches. You fucking did not, bro. Of course, that's something Abercrombie would do, of course. Who else? Who else? A beautiful night sky.
Okay, yeah, great example. Yeah, moist or disguised are great examples.
Yeah,
of
yeah.
that.
Oh, I mean, like, I guess those. I don't.
Yeah.
What are they? Who Sentinels?
Okay, yeah, great example. Yeah, moist or disguised are great examples.
Yeah,
of
yeah.
that.
Oh, I mean, like, I guess those. I don't.
Yeah, Optic was already in the LCS. They don't get. I would be. I don't think I.
I'm
so
just gonna
far,
sit
orgs
here.
that were in the LCS and then left and they came back, I don't think have worked out. So, I'm not excited about the idea of Optic coming back in. But, I think that. Yeah, I just sort of start at a level of skepticism now, and then it is on. And I'm going to look at the first 3 to 6 months of this team, and that is what will cement the org in my eyes. You know,
NRG just won a championship, as people are saying. True.
I guess they were technically in the LCS previously. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's kind of.
But
funny. That's probably in the numbers.
Yeah, it's weird because they didn't come in like.
It's like saying Immortals was in the LCS before. It's like, yeah, they were, but like. That
I
was
mean, I would say Immortals. I do count Immortals and Dig as examples of that, even EG.
Even
but
though-
like, NRG came in and they just yoinked like how much of that was an NRG win versus how much of that was a CLG win?
They
I guess it's the best way of
swapped their
putting
bot
it.
lane.
Yeah. Well, from what I've heard, there was a very good chance that would have happened no matter what.
Yeah, yeah. I think they brought the coaching staff over. I mean, I appreciate that they didn't fuck up what was already mostly a winning recipe, which is more than you can say for a lot of teams.
Yeah.
And they did push their players. I think a lot of their content has actually been some of the more successful and innovative YouTube
Yeah,
content.
I'm
like
so
we're
far.
tricking a coach into thinking that Dokka's a dipshit. You know,
Yeah.
like those sorts of videos I actually kind of enjoy watching. So.
No, that is fair. I think so far I'm happy to have NRG in the league. There's nothing that's been like utterly mind-blowing. Again, I know they won, but I don't give a ton of that credit to NRG themselves. But it's everything else has just led me to be skeptical at first sight, and then again I'll look at the first half of next year
it's
and
like
see what they do.
NRG hasn't done anything wrong yet, but we're not sure that you're still skeptical because you've been burned too many times and you're traumatized.
Well, so here's the other thing. The rumor is, and I think I talked about this a little bit in my video. I think other people have talked about this too.
Bastard.
That they are going to likely keep most of, if not all of that TSM roster. Now, things change in the offseason. Maybe Faker becomes suddenly available, and somebody over at Shopify is like, "Oh my God, we gotta get him." Like,
if Shopify gets
nothing is
Faker,
locked until it's locked, but
we'll get
like,
a whole 1,000
Insanity,
more
who
viewers.
I like a lot, has
over the entire split. Maria Joanna. Alright, I can't wait to talk to this robot guy again. Just farm the fucking entire planet for you.
What? I hope you didn't kill any of the basilisks on the tracks themselves. It takes a long time for the carcasses to decay in the sun, and I'd rather not have to take a shovel out to clean up.
Very funny. Very funny, Trackmaster Zarin.
A hero has fallen.
Time is money, friend!
Great, I can get the crew working on this right away. Thanks, adventurer. Our racing team is the pride of goblins everywhere. You'd be surprised at some of the people who contribute in one way or another to our team. You know Gazlo? He tracks down parts from around the world for us. He even came down to work on one of our rigs once. A few weeks ago, he said he'd send us a new prototype fuel regulator, but it hasn't come yet. He's usually very prompt. Maybe you wouldn't mind going to Ratchet to ask him about it. I wouldn't be so pushy, but the gnomes are gaining on us.
Pleased to meet you. You have a great day now. You got them! Thanks, adventurer! Wow, these shells are harder than I thought. When I work with them, I'll probably bend a whole box full of tools. Oh, right! This venom is going to work great! Thanks, adventurer! Now I just need to boil it down, apply skipper Otimer, add a negacatalyst, and... Rat! Where are my notes?
I'm developing a new engine that'll make the car go so fast. Fast enough to fly, I know it.
You got my attention. Off with you. Whoa! Look at all that. There's some good stuff in that heap of junk. I'm sure I can pawn it off for a hefty sum. And is that an ear I see squashed between those two sheets of metal? Ouch! Heh, I sure wouldn't want to be that part. I make it my job to get people what they need, and the gnomes over there.
Over there need a parts order filled. These parts were shipped to Racket a week ago, but I haven't been able to make the trip, so are you able to do some level? Go to Ratchet and get these parts to Wharfmaster or Tizzy Wheel, probably at the docks.
I have a package for an old customer of mine, a dwarf named Hemet Nessingwari. The package took weeks to arrive, and Hemet's long gone by now. He said he was going to Stranglethorn to hunt the beasts there, but he left me some money to send his delivery when I could. Hemet's a rich dwarf, and it's a good idea to keep up relations with the rich ones, yeah?
Holy
so,
Christ.
You want to deliver the package for me? I heard Hemet has a camp in Stranglethorn, north of Gromgul.
Goodbye for now.
I feel like this is a dangerous zone to go
A
to,
Shopify
but I'm going.
logo and banner up on his social media, which is funny because my understanding was that he got dropped from TSM. Insanity, who I like a lot, has a Shopify logo and banner up on his social media, which is funny because my understanding was that he got dropped from TSM at the end of.
It's a totally different team. This is Shopify.
Dude,
We're better.
go
But I don't think they
away.
could sign him yet because it's not free. I guess if he's a free agent, maybe they can sign him. I don't know how that works right now, but
I don't think you're supposed to.
yeah, I don't think you're supposed.
Oh my
to
God.
Either. So it's like that is very interesting to me that he already has Shopify branding. Maybe they can sign him as like a content creator. Maybe that's what he technically is. But anyway, like that at least is a sign. Not to mention also we heard that they were talking to a bunch of folks at like when they came in, like those players, that there's a good chance that they run back that roster or make minor changes, which I think is I'm disappointed in. Like I like those players, but if Shopify's coming in, I feel like TSM was a bit of a zombie by the end.
Yeah.
And I feel like, you know, that's not unlike NRG coming in halfway through the year. I think this is not where you want to do what NRG did.
No, I mean, even then, NRG made changes. They changed the bot lane out. They grabbed pieces that had become available. I think, you know, like that roster that TSM put together was a cool one because it was like dipping into the TSM history of Turtle and Hanser and stuff like that. And Shopify doesn't have that history just because they bought the spot. I don't think people are going to be like, oh, sick, look, it's Hanser on Shopify now. That's not shot Hanser. I mean, like, in general, like the reasons that was a kind of cool roster to follow from the TSM like those storylines don't carry through.
Yeah.
And maybe these five guys really like playing together and they don't think they hit their peak and there's improvements that could be made, blah, blah, blah. You know, like, okay, but it's not a super big selling point to what you're saying. You know, like, it's cool that it's always kind of cool when you keep a team together through an organizational change, but whereas NRG had like finished top half of the league multiple splits in a row, you didn't want to see it blown up. This is like, well, they finished like 7th, 8th, and then lost in playoffs after a hard 5-game series. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't.
It's not a splashy move.
Yeah. I don't feel like they're gonna get a lot of fans out the gate with.
I don't even like walking through here.
So I hope they put together something kind of compelling, but
and this is not like a done deal yet, as far as I know.
Yeah.
I don't know. If maybe
terms of like who will be. Yeah, that's
like
what I was saying.
Maybe
it's
free
like,
agency hits and something falls in their lap, and they're like,
that's what I mean.
All right, yeah.
Faker becomes a free agent, or Double Lift's looking for something, or whatever. I mean, so people can go look. I did a video.
I watched it.
About the players that are going to become free agents, and there are quite a few
I feel like
that
there
are
might
going
be like
to be.
one horde
and so I think that it is worth. I think if you're Shopify Rebellion, this is a really good time to
Crinkle Lighthammer.
pick stuff up. So, okay, we're starting to get some takes in the waiting room. I think maybe we just save the conversation about the salary caps.
If you see, yeah, we can do it if you see one.
Yeah,
there.
I see one. So we'll just put it there
All
for
right,
now.
You start polling while I read out subs.
Oh.
Isn't that how we do it now?
Well, I think I'm going to do an alien
Throw
rad right
order.
now.
Oh,
but
alien rad now.
I mean, there's no waiting, there's no poll. I just dragged
if
them
there's
into the
any
room.
mining
Oh,
here,
I
I need
guess
to
the nice thing
talk
about
to a
them being in the
mining
waiting room
trainer
is that
to
they're ready
learn
to
to
go.
smelt
I mean, hopefully.
silver.
Oh, they are in the waiting room. Okay, you already pulled
Yes.
up. Okay, yeah, I see.
Yes. So I'm going to talk about Alienware and their R16, the Aurora R16. This thing's new. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. It has a bit of a smaller footprint, if that is something that you are looking for. You know, I think I really love... Get your foot down. I really love the R15 and its size, but I know that for some folks, they are looking for something that can fit into a bit of a smaller space, or they are putting this into a dorm room or something along those lines. The R16 is an amazing computer for that. It's also, if you're in one of these dorm rooms, you're gonna, maybe you have a roommate like I do, who does not
Welcome to Tenaris,
appreciate
adventurer. How can I be of
noise.
service to you
And that's
today?
one of the things that's really cool
You don't
about
look
the
like a
R16 is
blacksmith
that
to
it
me,
runs
but I know how
quieter,
looks can be deceiving.
through a really great cooling system. So you can go check that out over at alienware.com/Travis.
Talk to me. Living out here in the
Doing so
desert is
supports
rough.
the show,
I get so thirsty standing
and is
outside
very
in
much
this heat.
appreciated.
Well,
they've
now
been
that you
a
mention it,
fantastic
yeah,
partner
I did
for us
see
for
something I
years
thought was a
now,
little
and as
strange
Mark and I were
yesterday
discussing at the start of the
I
show,
was running past
we
some old
use their
troll
products
ruins southeast
like
of here.
crazy. I mean,
Well, I
Mark's
wasn't really
got
running-
an Aurora sitting right next to him right now. He's got that full Alienware setup.
You can fit so much RAM in this bad boy. Slaps hood of Alienware product.
And so, and we absolutely love their stuff. I mean, everything in the studio, in the command
Great to meet you.
center
Yeah.
is
The
created.
TGI Alienware Command Center.
Yes, they're a fantastic company.
Well,
so
where would you
thank
like
you
to
so much to
fly to?
Alienware for supporting us. You can check them out at alienware.com/Travis. There's a link in the description below.
See ya
If you're
soon.
watching on YouTube, there should be a link
Where
as
would
well.
you like to
in
fly to?
The,
A hero has fallen.
Give your
Spotify and podcast.
Theramore,
descriptions,
please.
and then I'm sure Numi will slam that into the chat here in a second as well. But thank you so much to Alienware for sponsoring the show. All right, let's go ahead. I'm going to join
Look at all
a
those
room,
quests I get to turn in.
and hopefully, I had to unplug and change some stuff before.
So
into
who's
this,
going
but-
first, just that they know they're about to get yoinked if they're listening to the stream?
Why is that orange?
We should have. Who did I
Does he
pull
attack me?
first? I think it was Josh Temple.
So Josh Temple.
Yes.
If you're watching the stream now. you're
Well,
gonna need-
by the delay.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm giving instructions to mute the stream. You're about to get pulled
Grind
on.
your way
Here we
northwest
go.
to the
and
right.
get ready to unmute the microphone and all that.
I'm
All
literally
right.
4
So we
levels
have our
below
first
everything
caller,
here.
which is Josh Temple. Josh, welcome to the show. Where are you calling from?
Berkeley, California.
From where? Burley, California.
Berkeley.
Berkeley.
Up
Berkeley.
in the Bay Area.
In the Bay Area, yes. What do you want to talk about on the show?
Salary caps. I think it's absolutely horrible. They serve only one group of people. They serve exactly the team owners to suppress player salaries. And I've read over the announcement about the LEC. It'll achieve one of two things. Option one, all the teams decide as things shift over that they just refuse to spend over the cap, in which, okay, now we've created a hard salary cap and players can only ever make a certain amount of money based off of whatever calculation Riot says is like, here's the cap.
It's
Teams
two.
won't
It's
go
$2
over
million per team, and then there's a luxury tax over the top of it.
Yeah, so I'm saying, and so like maybe they'll move the luxury tax threshold at some point, but then we've just created a hard cap. So now, no matter how much the revenue grows or whatever, we've created a hard cap for exactly how much the entire group of LEC players can make. Or the other option is there are some teams like a Fnatic or a G2 or a Vitality that decide we're going to spend over the cap. Which then, as they start, paying their taxes into the pool, that just incentivizes the teams who aren't willing to spend that money to spend the minimum. Just spend the 50% of the cap. So then they reduce expenses as much as possible on player salaries, and then they get to pocket the checks that are being fed to them by the big team. This is the exact, if you look at, I'm a big baseball fan. This is the salary, luxury tax system is exactly what we have in baseball. And this is what happens. The biggest teams who have the biggest fan bases, who have the best local media rights deals, who make the most money, are willing to spend over the luxury tax. And all the other teams, all the owners look at their bottom line and say, we can't spend the same as much as these guys, so why are we trying? We're just going to keep salary as low as possible, and we're going to pocket the checks. That's what it will accomplish. It won't it'll make a more financially stable ecosystem for exactly the team owners at expense of the players, of the workers.
I've got to
So,
work up that wall.
I should mention that. So this.
Let's see if she does the thing again.
Hello. I am listening.
What brings you here? Hello.
Hey there. I can't read Orcish very well, but this looks like a report. Written by an Orc spy. Captain Vimes should see the Orc report you found, adventurer. He knows the Orcish language better than most, and he should know that there are Horde spies near Theramore. The captain is in the barracks on the northeastern side of Theramore Isle.
Hey, chef. Captain, do I have news for you?
Light be with you. Go with honor, friend. A report from an Orc spy. How did you find this? No matter. Let's see what it says. Be careful. It's never good news when a guard's badge is brought to me. Sometimes it's a man or woman who's fallen in battle, and I'm left to bring the news to the grieving. I don't recognize the name of Lieutenant Paval Reith. Your best bet would be to check with Adjutant Tesorin. He keeps track of all the records for the Theramore Guard, from personnel to their equipment. He should be able to tell you who this Reith is with a quick check of his books. For the Alliance. I'm no expert in the construction of arms and armor. Their use, yes, but not their making. This shield seems as ordinary as any, excepting the damage from the fire that engulfed the inn. I'm sorry I can't be of much help, adventurer, but I can refer you to someone who would be. Kaz Two-Sprocket, one of our best blacksmiths, works the forge at the smithy. Take the shield to him and hoofprints, eh? It is true that there is an extraordinary amount of centaur activity in the lands near the Dust Wallow Marsh. In brief excursions into the Barrens, we found their camps and holdings dotting the area. I'll send out Falgran Hastel, one of our trackers, to see if he can find where the tracks lead. You need... Hello, adventurer. You'd like information about a specific member of the Theramore... Redpath. Ah, here it is. Lieutenant Paval Reith joined the Theramore Guard along with most of the recruits that came across the sea with Lady Proudmoore. Enlisted with the Marines of Kul Tiras at the age of 16. Distinguished service promotions, listed as missing. Well met. Missing. That would be Tesorin's kind way of saying traitor. No doubt he's one of those fools so blindly loyal to Admiral Dalen that he turned traitor. Isn't that a delicious irony? The deserters accuse us of betraying the Alliance. It has been a struggle maintaining a presence in the marsh, but through strength of our resolve, we have been able to maintain several defensive watchtowers throughout the area. The latest information and scouting reports I have received indicate that a group of deserters has squatted in our abandoned tower at Lost Point, southeast of the inn. The deserters' leader is a man named Jackin. See if you can get some information out of him. Be warned, adventurer. He may be a tough nut to crack.
Of course, it's only on the way opposite side. I had a quest to turn in at this guy. It's bizarre.
Hey! Interesting piece of iron you have here. definitely not made by any of the blacksmiths I know over on this side of the sea, and it's certainly not my work. Ah, I almost missed this! The leather strap on the back must have burned off, but it seems like it was made to fit a large person. I'd guess a Tauren, actually. That's about all I can tell you. Tell Captain Vibes I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help.
What can I do for you? That's not much information to work on, but we'll have to keep it in mind. Hopefully some of the other pieces of this mystery will fall into place and paint a more helpful picture of what happened.
This yesterday got reported on this by Animatonium. I always struggle with his name, but he reported it, and then today officially, if you go look at the LEC website on LOL Esports, they have an article going up about LEC introducing Sporting Financial Regulations (SFR), and it talks about how there's going to be both a floor and a ceiling, a soft ceiling, I guess, where 50% if you spend more than the amount, if you spend over the cap, then you have to give 50% of that back as a fee, and it'll go to the tier 2 ecosystem. So you're basically paying this tax over the top of 2 million. Interesting, this post does not disclose what the numbers are, which I think is very funny, because
yeah, what's the floor? 100,000
or
a million?
It already got reported, and I think if they're going to come out and talk about the percentages and stuff, they should just publicly also state what these numbers are.
I personally think the numbers are functionally irrelevant. It doesn't what matters is that if LEC players accept this and it goes through and there isn't pushback, it creates the precedent of.
Nickelodeon is here. Nickelodeon, where are you calling from?
That guy was an idiot.
Hi.
I don't care about his take.
I'm calling from Baltimore.
Baltimore. What do you want to talk about on the show?
So my take was with TSM and CLG leaving, and maybe others leaving as well, and the rumored rebrand of the LCS, 2024 is going to be a prime year to gather new fans.
And what do you want to expand on this a little bit?
So I just think with legacy brands leaving, there's perfect time for new orgs to move in, bring in fan bases, and people to become fans of new teams.
Dude, my knee is aching.
Go ahead.
And just with the rumored rebrand of the LCS, they're able to maybe move more marketing towards bringing in new fans with a new experience.
So let's focus on the idea of Riot should be looking at this as an opportunity to bring in new fans.
I'm going to disagree right out the gate. It's not a great time for new fans. It's a good time for old fans to get out. Get out while you can.
What's up?
Okay.
Anyways, continue.
Yeah. So I was saying that I think, I think it is fair to say, hey, CLG left, TSM left. I don't know how many CLG fans there were left. I feel like there were not
dozens
that many.
of them. Dozens.
But with TSM going, I do hope that Riot is going to put a lot of emphasis on building fandom into these new teams next year, because I think there's also going to be a situation where, I always talk about roster swaps and all that stuff and the rotating thing. I think this offseason is going to be the fucking craziest offseason we've ever had.
I doubt it.
Why?
Why would it be?
Because there's a ton of player contracts that are expiring, and then a bunch of teams are going to try to drop what they're spending in salaries next year, which means that the teams that, if they're approaching a player that is currently on their roster and they want to lower their salary, that is an opportunity to either renegotiate or
Keep it quick, kid. I ain't... Podzik sent you, huh? You know, Podzik was one of the most respected tinkerers in Undermine before he retired to start working on the racers. The first thing he did when he joined the team was develop the 2-engine model racers. Could be that the businesses will suffer without him working with the Tinkers Union, but who cares, right? There's nothing like the races. Back to what you came here about. I know I promised Podzik that I'd deliver a new fuel regulator for him, but I still haven't received it yet. Revelgaz over in Booty Bay said he'd have it shipped over, but it might be it slipped through the cracks somehow. If that's true, there's not much we can do about it. We can at least find out if it was dispatched from Booty Bay. Check in with Wharfmaster Losgill over there. He should be able to check the cargo records. What's up?
Holy shit. And it's sick looking too. I lose 2 strength. Well, I wish it was better because it's so much cooler looking.
Have a good one.
Okay, we cleared out the inventory fairly, but the bank is getting too
Or for
full.
that player to leave.
I might
and
make
I think
a
you're going to see a bunch of people who
alt.
stuck around for the money probably retire.
Just 'cause there's
I agree with what Yami said. You say that every year.
Yo! Be good! Oh yes, parts for Kravel. I'm glad you're here. These things have been sitting out here for days, and I was afraid they'd rust. Here's Kravel's package, adventurer, and when you deliver it, tell him if he wants more special orders, then he'll have to pay his tab. Being wharfmaster of a busy port like Rat...
Alright. Taking the boat to Booty Bay. Turning in the quest. And being done for a long time, sadly. Just don't even know if I want to use this weapon.
Year though, it's like every episode of Hotline League is a special episode of Hotline League. Every year of the off season is the best off.
I didn't say it's going to be the best off season. I think it's going to be
the
really bad.
craziest. You said it's going to be the craziest. Whatever. Point is.
Alright, we gotta listen to this song one more time. Sing ye joyful now, sing all together. The winds in the treetops, the winds in the air, the storms are in the snow, the moon is in flower, and bright are the windows of light in the tower. The ring joyful now, sing all together. I don't have any dungeons to do for a long time, so I'm not doing Nomer. I could do Crawl again. Actually, if people are asking for it, I'll do it, because there's a good weapon upgrade apparently. But I have to buy axe. Check blade 6543210. Skipped one day 8765. I played every effing day. Seven, 6, 5, 3, 12, 10, 8, 7, 4. I literally did not stop playing, bro. On Dark Kinfun 8, I took 9, 11, 4. I took 3 days off over 2 weeks. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. 3 weeks.
I'm afraid I can't be of much more help this time. Keep it real.
Memories, the May time, and auction expired. Hey, but most of my stuff loaded in. Deacon? Where is this guy? Enter the inn from... I don't even know how I get in here. This is actually insanely sick.
Yo! The singing crystals are unique to Stranglethorn and are very valuable to certain parties. I can move those crystals, but the Cursed Venture Company makes it hard for an honest entrepreneur like myself to gather any. I'd like to hire you. The basilisks in Stranglethorn eat the crystals. This gives them their hardened skin, and sometimes decent quality crystal can be harvested
This is the
from
sickest inn in the
You can get it from
game.
any basilisk, but the less nasty ones are along the shores south of Zulkunda to the north. What's up? Damn trolls! They've been killing off our agents in the jungle. I've already lost a good number of my best guards to skirmishes with them. The costs are piling up. How will I explain this to Baron Revelgard? He's done it this time. Bad enough that Gelriz is muscling out the moguls who were appointed by the trade princes. Now he tries to cut in on the most notorious pirate. Revelgaz won't have it, and he's told me to take care of the problem in my own way.
My Way Theft. The Venture Co. geologists near the lake are deeply interested in the strange blue crystals. Bring me samples from... I don't care what you have to do to get them.
Glad I could help! Time is money, friend! I've gotten reports of a group of hunters that have set up camp upriver of the Venture Company mining camp on Lake Nazfariti. Now, normally I wouldn't care, but improbably I heard that Hemet Nessingwary was one of the hunters there. He's certainly well connected, if you catch my meaning. Yes, I do have something you could do, actually. Lieutenant Doran and his followers up in the north need their regular supplies from us. They haven't been delivered, and with the trolls attacking, I'll need someone to do it. Doran's camp lies northwest of the road at the entrance to Stranglethorn from Duskwood. Give the supplies to Private Thorson. If he's not in the camp, then he'll be patrolling south of it. He'll take care of them. Mind you, if you fail, you'll owe me restitution. Baron Revelgaz has had me keep an ear out for rumors of the strange and out of place in Booty Bay and Stranglethorn. I don't usually put much stock in ghost stories, but I heard some sailors in the tavern talking about a haunted island off the coast. Water elementals and a raving goblin ghost, they say. If you're going to go talk to Revilgaz, could you relay that story to him? Adventure! Welcome to Booty Bay, partner. Interesting. Some time ago, I seem to remember reading a book once that suggested... of course, a troll legend it was. If what Krazek reports is true, perhaps I will soon be able to add the Stone of the Tides to my collection of ancient artifacts and relics. If there is indeed a goblin mage and water elementals haunting the island, it could mean the Stone of the Tides can be mine. I want you to locate this haunted island, find out what's going on. Oh, and if you perhaps want to find out more about the Stone of the Tides, take this script to the Stormwind Library. They should be able to find you a copy of the book Oh, sure, of course I know what you're talking about. Nope, can't help you, though. Some of my men were supposed to go track down the blueprints for the fuel regulator, but they came back empty-handed. See, the Venture Company shredders out in Lake Nazfariti, in northern Stranglethorn, have been equipped with a new model fuel regulator. I was thinking that Potzik would be able to take advantage of it if he could get some details. Unfortunately, Kozel, the foreman out there, appears to be a little more clever than I gave him credit for. You seem like you might have more luck finding the blueprints, though. I know he keeps them in his house, but they're almost certainly under lock and key. Time? The finest leather crafter of the South Seas and the world's old and new. That's what they call me. Me, Drizzlick, the finest lead. Well, my leather goods are known far and wide as the most exquisite, a connoisseur's choice. I've just received an order from Director Riddlevox of the Tinkers Union for a dozen of his favorite Excelsior line boots. Our best sellers, actually. To start on the basic shape, I'll need crocolisk skins from the crocs along the river in northern Stranglethorn.
What? Fastest griffins this side of Airy Peak. Want to take a ride?
Very good.
Holy shit. That's why I have to fly to Westfall, because I can't walk all the way there. Alright, this is where I will log. Since it'll be nice, I can log in here maybe later if I want to grab a buff. Let's see, what time is it tomorrow? Friday at 2:50 server, which is 12:50 my time, which means I will not be available. Saturday 2:50 is 12:50. And also not available Sunday at 12:50 as well. Not available. Wow. Look at us though. I legit went from in an hour 15, I feel like. Hour 30, I went almost like the whole level. I saw okay, like I just set my Hearthstone to Booty Bay, but for the other day I saw like someone hearthed to Booty Bay and then it glitched, I think, and like the guards attacked him, or something. And then I saw like a comment on Reddit, it was like, that's why you never say your hearth to Booty Bay. So, alright, wow, what a freaking week. We went from level 24 to 34. That doesn't feel as cool, but I'm almost 35. I'm 6 levels away from getting a mount. And like, let's see, what did I quest today? Stranglethorn, I'd been Duskwood maybe? I know I was in Duskwallow, which was scary. Thousand Needles was really chill. There was one other zone that I thought was scary. I don't remember. Oh, Hillsbrad was kind of... Arathi, that one was scary. Arathi was scary. Hillsbrad was like fine. Alright, well, it's gonna be like a week or two. I don't know when I'm gonna play next, but this was a very fun week of playing WoW. This is officially my highest ever classic character on all modes. Alright, y'all. Peace out. What, this was 420? Oh my god, I played for like 8 hours, 3 days in a row. That's so awesome. See you next week.